All right, guys, I'm earlier than I thought. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, May the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, guys. You can see my screen and you can hear me. Anybody in YouTube, just want to make sure you guys in YouTube can also hear me. And yes, in a support, Spanky, you're absolutely right. The hibernation option doesn't appear to be available. This is crazy in my PC. Anyway, we'll see what happens today. So. Just need a, okay, thanks, Derek, in our YouTube room. All right, we're good to go now. So yeah, Novavax, NVAX, Sanofi deal, popped up to 14.24, has moved back down to 9.54, still up 113%. And as William pointed out, I call them the disasters du jour, but MJNX, man, macronex or something like that. What is it called again? Macrogenetics. Macrogenetics. Yeah, my goodness, what a slaughtering 69% down. And this is earnings. It's not, I'm sorry. It is really not about earnings. This is what it's all about. Crashes after mid-stage data for prostate cancer drug. That was really okay. No, it is earnings. They're not making I don't know. I'm having a tough time understanding this. I don't know if it's updated on this phase two. At any rate, no, this is really to do with drug. It's not so much about earnings. 5 people died. Yikes. Terrible. So that is Macrogenics. Shady Sound, S-O-U-N, having a nice day. S-O-U-N. Morning, Jim Z in our YouTube room. So yeah, Sound's having a nice day. S-O-U-N. This is an earnings play for SoundHound AI. LIDR, LIDAR. AI Inc. So they have got some kind of a deal. Higher if the company disclosed a partnership with Lite-On Technology Corp. AEMD, excuse me, AEMD. So this is a big pullback, though. It got up to 336 or so and is almost basically cut in half now from the highs in the pre-market. Had some news announces positive results or results from vitro binding hemopurifier, et cetera, et cetera. So had some results. Market popped it up to 335, right back down to 150. Yeah, so ITOS and William kind of analyze this. And so why it looks like this is an offering at 18 something or other, I guess he really figured out there was about half of that when you really look at exactly what it's all about. It's also an earnings play. ITOS is also an earnings play. This is also shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. PGNY. So this is already bouncing, guys. PGNY is already having a pretty decent bounce. This is an earnings play, PGNY. Decent bounce. It is still down 26%, but it is having a nice bounce so far. Low in the pre-market was 20.65, $24 now. SG, Sweet Green. This is an earnings play. And a nice big pop for it, 22%. Great break on the daily chart. I'm sorry, on the weekly chart. Great breakout. Look at this. So Frog, F-R-O-G, this is an earnings play. F-R-O-G, this is an earnings play. And this is down 14% on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. I don't trust this at all. Okay, I don't trust this at all. So SGBX, yeah, they had, well, I think they had, this is the news from yesterday, and then I guess they added to it today in terms of press release, increased by, the government contractor increased by approximately $1 million. So they had this news yesterday, but I'm guessing, I guess what they're saying is they've increased it by approximately $1 million. I don't trust it at all. I just don't. So look what it did in the pre-market, got up to 651, right back down to 5. Maybe at some point it'll hold, but I just don't trust it. And I've loved it. I mean, I like it because of the potential room it has, but I just do not trust it. NTRA, I believe this is also an earnings play, NTRA. And yes, this is an earnings play. Not an all-time high, but it's in the upper regions of the if we could have a candle that represents the historical trading, it's in the upper area, 85%. So this is NTRA. So this is also an earnings play. And we're in for a positive open to start anyway. There's the SPY, it's a big SPY move up here. And let me check the economic indicators for today. Let's see if anything happened before the market. So at 9 o'clock, actually, a lot of these guys are talking. A lot of the Fed presidents are talking. So 9 o'clock is Bowman. So I don't know if he's finished talking, but he was scheduled to talk at 9 o'clock. We've got consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. We have two more. Wow, we got a lot of guys talking today. We've got Logan and Kashkari at 10 o'clock, a couple more of the Fed presidents. We've got Goolsbee at 12:45. And then we've got Barr at 1:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got a Treasury statement. So we've got a lot of stuff happening today that could affect the short term anyway, depending on what sort of trades you're in. So he's talking now. So let's see. At 9 o'clock, he started talking. So there's a little green candle there. I don't know what he's saying. It's all about interest rates, of course. SRTS, I didn't mention this one. SRTS, it's still up here, up 29% still, SRTS. And trading higher after the company announced better than expected Q1 financial results. So this is an earnings play. Okay, another earnings play. SRTS, low float, 13 million in the float. I see that SEZL is still up there. I am surprised. Sezzle, this was an earnings play from yesterday. Had a crazy, crazy day. Look at this daily candle. So, on Wednesday, it closed at 44. Yesterday, it got up to 83, almost a double. Low float, 2.7 million in the float, which is, of course, extremely low for a stock of that price. Oust is an earnings play also. I didn't see this one. I'm seeing it right now. Oust is an earnings play, OUST. This is also an earnings play. Nice gap up on the weekly now. Not a big float, 39 million. Not a lot of volume yet. It'll certainly pick up. A lot of times what you'll see is that the gap, They released earnings after hours. So you can see right here, the mauve area on my chart. That's where the initial gap happened. Pre-market is here, but it's continuing. Okay, guys, just looking to see if there's anything. I mean, there are a lot of earnings plays still, and this is the last big day, guys. Last big day. We've had a tremendous bunch of companies releasing earnings this week, or I think around 1,200. Next week, it's only 200, a little over 200. Still a lot. Don't get me wrong, it's still a lot. But this is the last big day until earnings season starts again. I know Ari is an earnings play. I haven't seen this one for quite a while. Ari was very active. Just a minute. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again. I didn't see Mara. I don't see Mara at all as an earnings play. Mara's an earnings play, really? Okay, let me bring it up. M-A-R-A. May 9th, post-market, so release earnings after hours. So there it is. Oh, I see why I'm not seeing it. It's because it's only up, it's not doing anything. That is why. So a question in our main room. How do I change my watch list to a heat map like yours? Okay, so hopefully you've got this option, okay? This is all these are our top lists, okay? These are just top list windows. So if you right click, and hopefully you've got this option that says show tree map, okay? When you right click on the window, and when you, so if I uncheck it, it's going to be the grid format. If I right click again, show tree map, it's going to look like this. So hopefully you've got that option when you right click in your top list window. If not, you have to download a later version, but you're a new subscriber, so you should have that option. Okay, good. No, Papa J, only top lists. Only top lists can be turned into tree maps, okay? Only top lists. Remember, I mean, what the function of a top list window is. It's just showing you if you want to see stocks that are like here. I mean, this is in essence a top list window, okay? So I'm looking at these are the stocks that are up the most, in the pre-market. Doesn't necessarily mean they're making new highs though, right? They could have been Could have been a huge pullback, yet it's still up the most. So whereas an alert window, it has to have a trigger of some sort, a new high of the day, 5-minute high, etc. Topless windows don't care about that. They're just sort of ranking. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Doesn't mean they have to be at the high of the day. Show me the stocks with the highest relative volume. Show me the stocks that are, just things like that. I don't know if it's going to be the same one. Doc pre-market scans layout. I can give this to you if you want. Sure, Daniel. Let me see if I've got it. I think I've got it. Docked pre-market scans layout. That looks like the last one. Sure, you can have it. I usually don't share it, not because I don't want to, but people's ideas of, especially the time frames. This is what I like to see: 15-minute, daily, and weekly. I know others would not want to see that necessarily. So, and even the single stock window. I mean, this is what I want to see. It might be in something called the Trader's Eye, Kareem. Okay, let me just see. New doc channel bar. Show more. Trader's Eye. I think the Trader's Eye is what you're looking for. Okay. So did you see what I did? Went to our. Okay, I think that's what you're looking for. All right, guys, let's take a look at what's happening with the major sectors before we open. We got another 15 minutes or so. So I will click on, get my sector status up. All right. So what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, major ETF for energy, 80% in red and green. Sorry, that means 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So you can see right here, BKR is counter to what the rest of the sector is doing. More than likely an earnings play, BKR. And the answer is no, this is not an earnings play. So there was some reason why this is down. I can't quite see. What's the volume like? Yeah, there's no volume, 700 shares. So it might be just an outlier. And all I'm looking for now is something like this in one of the other sectors that might have some volume running counter to what its sector is doing. And I mean, Google, yeah, Google is down a bit, but I don't really see anything else. SG on the move, guys. And let me take a look at yeah, I just want to keep every day looking at consumer discretionary. This is the only one that's kind of close to the 200-day moving average, though I should look at dividends too, XLU or utilities. Should look at that. No, wow, you look at utilities, just absolutely ripping here. Look at the day here that it touched on to the 200-day moving average. Utilities just ripping here. So Lanny, you can see it just not in heat map form, okay? I just turned it into sort of a heat map form, but if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on doc channel bar and then click on the show more, and if I scroll down, here's the sector status, okay? It's exactly the same except, okay, except all I did was I just said, okay, how about showing it in heat map form? Okay. That's all I did. And so what I did is I changed all these to heat maps and then I saved it. So you could do the same thing. You don't have to, but you see what I'm doing? I'm just changing it all to heat maps. And then what you could do is if you wanted to do that, then all you do is change them all to heat maps if that's what you want to do. And then you change the title or save or share to cloud. So now you've got it in your cloud. Yeah, you right click on your top list. These are just top list windows, right? Just right click, and then where it says show tree map, just click on show tree map. Again, you don't have to do it. Okay, and then if you've done that, then you just save it. You would go save or share to cloud, and you can give it a new name, and then that will be in your cloud. And that's all I do. I just file load from cloud every day with the heat map version of this from the channel bar. Because remember, just so people who are new, when you go into a channel and you make a change, while you're in the channel and you make a change, like I've just done, okay? If I change them all to heat maps, but if I leave the channel and then I come back to the channel, those changes are not saved. The reason being that the channels are for everyone, okay? So the fact you want to make talking to everybody out there, the fact that you might want to make a change to the channel does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. So all you have to do then is you can make your changes to the channel and then save it under another name. No, nothing to do with the inflow or outflow of the stock. The percentages just means, okay, 75%. 75% in green just means that 75% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's all it means. Now, it doesn't mean they're ripping. You know, if a stock is like 0.00001% above yesterday's close, it will be in one of the greens. It'll show up as in that percent. Okay, so that's all it is. It's just showing you the percentages of stocks with respect to yesterday's close. So again, it doesn't mean that the sector is ripping even. Now, what I should have done, what time is it now? 9:22. Okay, so just quickly though, look. And my computer just goes a little crazy when I load a top list, but COPX. Okay, so this is the ETF watch. So COPX, this is copper, right? Yeah, copper miners ETF. So copper, of course, semis, SMH, gold. These are the leading sectors right now. Leading sectors, leading ETFs, okay? Yeah, this is pre-market. This is pre-market. Okay, Michael Storm in our YouTube room. I wish you could explain it, but okay. Michael Storm in our YouTube room says, Barry, I cannot explain it, but it was the clue you gave me that has led me to a world of discovery. It's truly incredible the path it's leading me to. Thank you, sir. Obviously, to do with trade ideas. Well, glad I could be of service. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get my layout that I'll use once the market's open. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just rearranging some things on my... Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to load a scan here. Okay, I think I'm ready now. Okay, so I guess now GME, yeah, nice. I got to admit, nice move, nice move. I mean, now holding that, held that 200-day moving average on 1, 2, 3 days now, 4 days really. Broke through 5 days ago, tested it the last 4 days. Depends how you save it, Will. If you save it to your computer, like most programs, it's going to ask you, do you want to overwrite the last? So you have two options when you save things. What time is it now? 9:26. Okay. You have two options when you want to save something. So you can see it says save layout. Okay. Now this is a layout, of course, but if I made a change here, for instance, to this momentum scan, and I made a change to it, I could right click and save as. Okay, save as, and then I can I can either overwrite that or I can have a new name. Okay, that's if I'm saving it to my computer. Okay, because if I say save, it's going to say, do you want to overwrite this? Like most programs. If you save it to the cloud, though, if I right click and save or share to cloud, okay, now what it's going to do, it's not going to overwrite. Okay, what you'll have are versions of it. You will not overwrite it. So you'll have, but it'll be timestamped. So you can see the latest version of this. So we will not unless you change it, of course, but, and the same with the layouts. You'll see, and that's why you'll see sometimes when I load from cloud, you'll see I've got a few that are the same. I can't see any right now, but that's because but they're all stamped, time stamped. Okay. When we first started having a cloud saving, that's years ago now. I was a little ticked, I thought, wow, I wanted just to overwrite it, but I sort of warmed up to the idea of having maybe different versions, and then you could go back and check out a previous version, sort of. But anyway, but of course, then what I was doing is like I would just go and I would just start deleting versions I didn't want. All right, Novavax is right here, and it's just trying to get over 10 again. JP Morgan upgraded it to neutral. Okay, so I don't see a price. And again, the Sanofi deal kicks off a new chapter for Novavax. Oh, okay. Thank you, William. So we have about 40 seconds before the market opens. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. So, Poe, if you're talking about the red line that you see every now and then, it's only coming from a multi-strategy window, okay, unfortunately. So if I click on an alert from a multi-strategy window, it'll tell me, that red line will tell me where the next high in the daily chart is. So even if I can't see it on a daily chart, in other words, I don't have to scroll back. It's just telling me where it is. I could see it on the weekly chart, if that makes sense. It's just telling me where the next high on a daily chart is, but it's only generated if you click on an alert from a multi-strategy window. Okay, we're open, guys. We are now open for business. I see NTRA is starting to fade. NTRA starting to fade. All right, we've got a halt already, guys. EVLV. I did see this one in the pre-market. I think it's an earnings play, yes, but I thought it was too cheap. But wow, look at this. So EVLV halted on the way down. Sweet green, sweet green. Wow, look at this, sweet green. What a move here now, guys. Continuing from the pre-market, sweet green, SG, as opposed to Akamai. Boy, I haven't seen Akamai for a long time. AKAM is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Now, I wish this hadn't happened, okay, because this would be one I could be convinced to take in the first 15 minutes, but I don't like the fact that it had the pop. I wish it had stayed here and then started to gap down. PGNY, guys, PGNY still on the recovery trail. PGNY. I wonder if this will be like Shady's forward yesterday. PGNY. All right, another halt, guys. Okay, now this could get interesting. INSG. So, you know what I'm looking for? I want to see if when it opens, if it can move down below that halt price at all, and then pop through it again. So right now, this blue screen you see here. This has got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this is the halt price, 530. No big clue where it's going to open. Wow. Hopefully, if you're in it, hopefully this is not where it's going to open. But you can see how this just flips around. I mean, there's no hard. This is not set in stone. Okay, you see how this price changes, and typically they are 5-minute halts. Okay, so the SPY. Let's take a look at the SPY to start off. So we had a couple of red bars. That was 8:30, 9 o'clock, but then the 9 o'clock, 9:15, and here's our opening 15-minute green candle so far in the SPY. See how volatile Novavax is? It got up to 1054 and right back down to 960. This progeny, guys, PGNY, it's got that look, but The ITOS with the, I guess we'll call it the misleading headline. It's an earnings play, raising $120 million. It looked like they're doing it at 1850, but as William pointed out, it's a bit of it's a well-written press release in order if you want to pump the stock. Look at Reddit, guys. RDDT. The big test was $50 for the last couple of days. Okay. And it looks like it's trying to hold. Sweet green. Wow. Continues higher here, guys. Well, if I had some, oh, wait a minute. What happened with the IN? So, okay, INSG still has not opened. So if it's going to open in 5 minutes, it'll be 9:37 plus 10 seconds. So still another couple of minutes or 1 minute, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So still waiting to see if it where it opens. Has the look that it's going to open above 5:30 though, but we'll see. Stifle raises the target to, okay, all right, big deal. 420 from 350. Okay, so if you want these color bands, you just have to on any chart, just right click and go to properties and then check show smart risk levels. Okay, check show smart risk levels. Okay, so right click the chart, go down to properties, this box will pop up, check show smart risk levels. Okay. All right, guys, this could open in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, blast off. There we go. So unfortunately, it just popped way up, way up. So not my candidate, not a candidate for me now. I know it's moved back down, but it's way too for me now. It's just way too erratic. Yeah, there's Novavax. So after the frothy first 15 minutes, I mean, it looks like it. I mean, the high in the pre-market was 1423. A deal with Sanofi. What time is it now? 9:38. Great. If you have our AI, guys, this is all you should be looking at, in my opinion. Okay, you just click on new. Okay, new, and then pick the middle one. Premium AI strategy trades window. The middle of the three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. That's all you should be looking at, in my opinion. Okay, and make sure that it says none in the filter. You know, you probably have profitable trades checked. You didn't do it, but that's a default. I would uncheck it. I think you should watch the trades all day long. Okay. Notice it's blank. Nothing will happen until at least 9:40. Okay, at least 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:40, but now how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. There's no give me a moment. There is no video that's going to show you how to trade them. All right, well, there's Novavax showing up in the combo scanner. So that's a licensing deal. Did they get anything up front? I didn't check the press release. Did they get anything up front? If you're getting that, just click on help and account and do a reset. Okay. I am not getting that. Sometimes, it depends on how many windows you've got open also, and topless windows, especially. Hopefully you don't have a lot of duplicates. I'll help you in a second if you do. But if you're still, again, go to account and then do a reset and see if that helps. Okay. All right. That's opening 15-minute candle is still very strong. How many windows do you have open, David? Do you have any idea? How many do you think you have open? You see where I'm pointing at the bottom here? Do you see how I can hover over trade ideas? Okay. And this tells me how many windows I've got. When you do this is what you see, because a lot of times people don't realize that they've got a bunch of pinned windows. Now, they've got a bunch of pinned windows. So just out of curiosity, if you took one of your windows and you just moved it, I don't know if you have them docked or in a free floating, is there another version of it right underneath that you're not aware of? Okay. The other thing is, do you have a green ball that shows that you got a valid connection in the toolbar? Do you have a green ball? Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, maybe you're going to have to reload trade ideas then. If it continues like that. Because I'm just looking at mine. Okay, right click, configure, and it's not getting a weight at all. All right, Shady Sound, SOUN, moving really nicely now on earnings. Okay, nice big volume bar right there. Morning, Nazir in our YouTube room. All right, so the Novavax. Now the Novavax showed up in the combo scan that I do like, but you can see exactly what happened. It was too early for me to do it. I wouldn't have done it. The trigger was at 1088, so I will put an alert in that area and see if it takes it out again. It is very volatile, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, the float is 138 million, so it is very volatile. Sorry, it's a high float. So, but it's very volatile with that based on that news. Now, speaking of volatility, ooh, look at this. So this, I guess this was a SPAC that turned into OKLA today, guys. This is not well, technically, I suppose it could be considered an IPO, but it was a SPAC. I don't know what the SPAC was. I think it was ALTCA or something. It is now trading as OKLO. Well, I am very glad that I did not do something stupid like trying to short the Sezzle. Look at this. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 32,000. Down quite a bit from the last time I looked yesterday. They were over about 100,000. Well, Oust is continuing, guys. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. OUST. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Well, I know it was ALC something, Rob, because when I looked at yeah, it said Alt C Acquisition Core. Again, I have a bias now against this SGBX until it proves me wrong, guys. Every time they come out with a little press release of some nature, it seems to pop, and then just a complete capitulation. Look what happened yesterday. What you don't see, yes, is what you don't see in this daily candle is what it did in the pre-market. It was way up here in the pre-market, and then it closed down at 450. So good for you guys on your RNAS. Great call by Shady early. I know he took this one 117 or so, maybe. And this was a few days ago. CDNA on the move here, guys. CDNA. This is an earnings play also. Released earnings after hours. Nice gap after hours. And it held the gap. And now look at it go. CDNA. Question in from our YouTube room. PGNY short. Actually, maybe looking at this as a potential, yeah, I don't know. There's a 10 SMA, okay? So if you're a believer of that, 2432 is a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So that could act as support, Daniel, in our YouTube room. And where's the VWAP? 2497 is the VWAP. So it's below the VWAP. So it's in between the VWAP and that 10 SMA, that Steve loves. So maybe if it broke down through that, that might be an interesting short. I know, guys, every 3 months I say the same thing. What the heck is going on with Groupon? And there it is. I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, every 3 months, earnings play. I was amazed that it still exists. So, Poe, there's that red line you were talking about. Okay, and the reason I got it is from the a multi-strategy window that Groupon showed up right here in the 10-day daily breakout multi-strategy window. Now, had these candles been below, you would not have seen it on the daily chart, if that makes sense. Unless I really backed out the daily chart and could see these candles. So imagine that these candles were below the current price. So, but it will show up on a weekly chart. That's not a weekly high. That is actually the daily high. Okay, a daily high. Wow. So the OKLO came right back up, but it started. It was $16 in the pre-market. Now it's halted on the way up. Yeah. So Novavax doesn't look that great. I have to admit. I mean, unless it could even turn into a short. Unfortunately, I don't have shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I was thinking if it took out 10. If it takes out this 1088, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the combo scan, Pepe scan. Okay, 1088 was the alert, but it got there and then it immediately dropped from there. Okay, guys, this KVYO was a big one yesterday, moving down today. Okay, now Sweet Green has pulled back a little bit, not a ton, but it's pulled back a little bit. Yeah, GME on the 10-day daily breakout even. Wow. So now let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. I mean, the memers have got a hold of this. There's absolutely no news on this one other than the memers decided to pile into it again. They've left AMC alone. 1948 is the next high on the monthly chart. If it breaks that, then 22 is the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah, 10 o'clock. Yeah, we've got some guys talking. As Casa said, we've got consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. We also have one of the Fed presidents, Logan, talking. We got a bunch of them talking today. In fact, we've got a couple at 10 o'clock. We've got Kashkari and Logan at 10 o'clock. And then Goolsby at 12:45. Barr at 1:30. So we got a bunch of them talking today. We already had Bowman at 9. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them talking today, the Fed presidents. Well, I mentioned the CDNA when it was right around 14, guys. So it has popped up $1 now, CDNA. And this is an earnings play on our monthly chart. The next high is 1654. So on a monthly chart, let's take a look at a weekly chart to see if there's anything closer. Now, PGNY, guys, PGNY, I know somebody asked about a short on this one. So the VWAP is 24.9. Wow, it's above the VWAP now. Shoot, missed it. It's above the VWAP now, guys. So this looks almost like something that might, it reminds me, depending on what the market's doing. I mean, the market is helping. Though this is an earnings play. I mean, typically they'll trade more on their own, but not caring too much what the market's doing. But certainly the market moving like this can hurt it. Remember Stephen? There's a CDNA, guys. Man, what a move! Didn't really see this in the pre-market. It must have not had a lot of volume or something. So Roblox, just as I'm speaking about it, Roblox just took out, or is that yesterday's high now? ADMA. So this is an earnings play. Lots of earnings plays. This is it, guys. Last big day. Last big day for earnings. Remember what I'm going to show you here. I can't even stretch. I've got a big monitor. I can't even see all the earnings plays by stretching. Okay, got Reddit. I mentioned this one earlier that it held 50 very nicely. Still moving off 50. Yeah, I don't have it in my on my home. I can give it to you. I don't have it on my home page. I have a compare count of it on my home page. It's just a sort of a different way of presenting it, Lana. Let's see if I can find it for you if you want it in that presentation, docked earnings layout. Where are you? Docked earnings. I think that's the last one, so I can share it. Well, no, that anything I'm displaying is something I've created. Okay, nothing to do with the toolbar or. Another earnings play, guys. I know the earnings plays keep coming at us. ACIC, another earnings play. All right, guys. Let's take a look. My alerts have finally settled down. AUNA. Look, okay, man, look at, well, doesn't count if I didn't take it, but anyway, PGNY. This is the one I kind of thought might, based on what it did in the pre-market, the nice recovery. Now, consumer sentiment now looks like it's taking effect. Okay, consumer looks like it's taking effect, right? William, it came out at 10 o'clock. Or these guys are talking. One of those guys is, two of the guys are talking. At Goolsby and another guy are talking at 10 o'clock. So maybe that's more about why we're getting a bit of a red bar in the market. Do I think NVAX has more room to run? Well, it doesn't matter what I think. But all I can tell you is that, it hit a high in the pre-market. Of course, it's got room to run to 1420, but whether it's going to do that or not, I don't know. The news is obviously great for the company. It appears to be great for the company. So, of course, Of course, it has more room to run, but whether it will or not is another question. Boy, this is a big reversal, guys. Our way is a big reversal. It is not an earnings play. Okay, one that is not an earnings play. Runway Growth Finance Core. So this is a big reversal so far for Runway. Yeah, Poe, you're going to have to, every now and then it happens to me too. Just click the reset, okay? Reset a couple of times, and I know it's a pain. Just give me a moment, please. ACMR. Let's take a look at ACMR. Well, yeah, I see what you're looking at. I mean, it's got room underneath. Yes, 2104 on the weekly chart anyway. Another earnings play. Actually, was an earnings play on the 8th. Okay, so this is sort of a continuation down. Well, I'll certainly be interested if it gets back up to that to the alert price, 1088 in the combo scanner for Novavax. All right, this is a reversal now, guys. GH is a reversal. Okay, a gap up, and now it's reversing. Okay, next, another earnings play, guys. Next is another earnings play, NEXT, another earnings play. Okay, guys, this ACIC is holding over 13. It's got some room on the weekly chart. Quite a bit of room, of course, 1428. It's holding over 13. What's the volume like? Not great. 6.6 times normal, but not great absolute volume. Okay, so OKLO now halted on the way up, I believe. Yes, OKLO halted on the way up. I'm getting a lot of these in the 10-day daily breakdown, but they're not. They're so cheap that I'm rather have something a lot like a little more expensive. However, take a look. Okay, Savers Value Village. Okay, another earnings play, of course. Where is the next low on the weekly chart? 1364. So it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart. Okay, as a potential short. Lots of shares available. It popped 20 and then came back down. So let's see if it pops it again. We're talking about GME. To refresh my memory, I know. Okay, now there's a Novavax at that level. Okay, now I'm interested to see if it takes out 11, and I'll probably get in it. Again, I'm just sort of basing it on this. Okay, 1088 right there. All right, they are NAS guys for some of us. Hint, hint. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm tugging a few directions right now. And another earnings play, BioLife, BLFS, big, pops. Let's see if they can sort of settle down a bit. Give us an entry. Boy, this OKLO has been obviously very active. Halts resumes, halts resumes. This is a SPAC, guys, that turned into OKLO this morning. You can always tell that when it looks like an IPO, but it's trading in the pre-market, then it's a SPAC that turned into OKLO. Okay, guys, I want to see how is his ITOS? I mean, I know William doesn't like it based on what how they actually released the press release, but it's still strong. People probably are not reading as carefully as William, but it is, there are shorts available for me to see if it has a big collapse. Exactly. It's what it's trading. Exactly. No matter what we think about a press release, it doesn't really matter. The market right now is telling us. He mentioned that in the email regarding SMR. So, but I guess he thought it might have had a run ahead of earnings, a 2 or 3 day run, but obviously it didn't. All right, guys, I am actually trying to short this CRNC, but it's down. Well, it's not down 10%. Why are they not filling me? You know what? They're not filling me. I for some reason, and there's plenty of shorts available. I don't like that. When it 576, it's not. Oh, was it down? It was down 10% yesterday. It was down 10% yesterday also. So that's why the uptick rule is still in effect, even though I took a quick glance and I saw it was only down 8%. Couldn't figure out why it was not getting a fill immediately, but it was down 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule is still in effect. Well, a lot of stocks probably looking like this now. If you're, the ones that obviously follow the market. So we've got a big red candle at 10 o'clock. I don't know. We had a bunch of news consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock, plus two of the Fed presidents talking at 10 o'clock. So I don't know. The sentiment wasn't good, but who knows what those guys were saying. Yeah, shoot. Yeah, could not get the CRNC. I mean, I guess if I'd left it in there long enough, maybe that would have filled me, but by that time, it's already moving down. So I don't think GME has been shortable for me for a week now. Let's take a look at GME. Yeah, no shorts available. So what did it get up to? 2022, and now because remember, there's no news on this. It's just the memers have got a hold of it for a reason. But they've left poor little AMC alone. They're not touching AMC anymore, Washington anymore. Can't speak for all for the rest of time, but certainly they're not interested in AMC right now. LIDR, I know that. I think I had that on the, yeah, I had that on the list. It is an earnings play. Yeah, so the next high looking left is two or a little over two. Okay, guys, this is a gap up and reverse, CARG, car gurus. And of course, with the market falling like this, it's probably following the market to a certain extent. Maybe keep an eye on the NTRA for a fade. NTRA for a fade. It looks a little bit weak. A couple more bars. It gets down to maybe 105. That could be an interesting fade. I mean, it's already faded a lot. High was 115. It's dropped $10 from there. CRNC just continues to move down. All right, PDCO just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. PDCO at 2504. And this is, let's see, I can't see anything actually on the weekly chart. So there is a low here at 25. There is actually a low on the weekly chart at 25. So we'd have to take that out. Okay, just putting some price alerts for RNAS. And I know why Shady looked at it a lot earlier because of look at the room it's got. Look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. 475. And the weekly volume this week is even more than last week. You were in at 117, Shady, is something like that. 107, 117 for the RNAS last week, or this week. It must have been this week. Well, I have to admit, I'm glad I held off the NVAX. Stubbornly waited for 1088. Didn't happen. All right, so LiDAR now has 214 as your next high looking left on the weekly. If I can take that out, then you've got 225. $102, okay. Okay, let's take a look at NVIX. William is saying a May bounce at the VWAP. 1013, nope, it's through the VWAP. So boy, is this an all-time low now? Yeah, almost an all-time low now for MGNX. Wow. Look at this one, down 73%. I remember this series of weeks when it got up to $21, $22. Analysts seem to be falling all over themselves on this one. Look at it now. So ugly. Okay, in our YouTube room, what's the best way to place a price alert for ZK so I get a pop-up or other notification? Okay, so this is in our YouTube room, Andre. Hopefully you can hear me. So and see what I'm going to do. So I'm going to put ZK on the chart. So ZK is what? Is this going to be a? What is ZK? Is this going to be an IPO or something? Okay, so here's what I would do, okay? Put ZK on your chart, just like I've done, okay? ZK on your chart, just like I've done. Right click, and then go to create a price alert, okay? And put 1, because it's obviously going to open above 1, and then save it. Now, if you want to put some notes in about the IPO, that's what I like to do. How many shares? What is the potential? What is the IPO priced at? Things like that. You don't have to. I like to do that. and then save it. Okay. So when it pops up, when it hits, when it starts to trade, this is what's going to happen. Here's your price alerts window. You see it right at the very bottom. I've got it right there. So when it starts to trade, it'll pop up. This window will pop up on your screen. The price alerts window will pop up on your screen. Okay. So you can't miss it. Just make sure you minimize your price alert window. Minimize it. Okay. Because there's no point in having it taking up screen space. And in fact, it's not the best way, in my opinion, to utilize it, because you want it to pop up so you can't miss it. In my opinion, anyway. Okay. Did you get that, Andre? And just wait for it to happen. That's what I do. That's what I do for IPOs. And not just IPOs, of course. Anything I have a price alert on. Look at that Sezzle. My goodness. SEZL. I'm very thankful I did not try to short it. So the high yesterday was 84 something. Well, certainly for IPOs, Lana, I don't really look at earnings, because I let our system tell me when all I care about are as far as earnings is yesterday after hours and this morning. So this will tell me, the earnings plays for the day. Okay, that's all I care about. But I mean, there are lots of sites out there that'll tell you, if you want to see earnings that are coming up in the next week, all the companies. I personally don't care about that. Okay, but I'm not trying to say you shouldn't, or if you're interested, but I don't care about that, because all I care about are the earnings plays for the day. However, this is what I do use for IPOs. Okay, so I can give you this. Right here, there. Okay, so this is what I use for IPOs, and now you can go to the IPO calendar. So these are the previous IPOs, and now I can go to my IPO calendar, and that's what Andre was talking about. This is a pretty big one, actually. Look who's behind it: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Okay, but here's a cheap one, Revere. Could be next week. So this is what I do. So I'll take this. First of all, I want to see where is it from? Is it from China or Singapore? It looks like it's Hong Kong. Yeah, it's Hong Kong. So this is what I do. Typically, I would do this on the weekend, for the upcoming ones. So I'll type in Ray. Okay. And I'll create my price alert at $1. It's obviously going to open over $1. Next, I put what I call the structure, 1.5 million shares. The IPO is priced between 4 and 5, and it's China. Okay. Oops. So when it trades, if it trades next week, I'll know what it's all about. Okay. I always want to know if it's China or Singapore or outside of the US. I want to know how many shares. And more importantly, I want to know what the IPO was priced at. Because if it opens at, 4 or 5, and then it just drops from there. Obviously not that interesting, but what if it opens at 6, 7, and it starts to move? Then you know there's some enthusiasm. That's what I do. Okay. And then you can just do the same thing with the rest of them. So there's some cheap ones for next week. Wow, 10:36 already. It's been a pretty fast morning, guys. So what I'm going to do now is go over my home page, and I don't think it's been updated though. I'll explain what I mean. The gentleman who updates my page is off, but I'll just tell you what the code is. It's not hard to remember. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So notice it says Barry 15 for 15% off. Use Barry 25, okay? You'll get 25% off. So just, use Barry 25. You'll get 25% off. First month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas, okay? And all I ask is that at some point in time in the future, you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use whatever code is relevant. Again, Barry 25 right now. Because if you do that, then the room gets credit. Room getting credit will help to keep this room free. Both rooms free, YouTube and the main room, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run through or start off with your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos. You must do it. It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. What we try to do in that 10 short videos is cover all the important aspects very quickly and hopefully easily so you can get started. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, Trading 101. Series of videos, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together, about 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I guess it did trigger on Monday and it's triggering now, but it's technically, actually, I don't know if it got stopped out. I don't think it got stopped out. So technically it is a good trade of the week, SMR. Education section is here. If you click on that, this is our big user guide. A lot of questions can be answered in our user guide. If it's typically, well, first of all, here's the getting started. Alert windows, more in detail about what an alert window is, a top list window is. If you want to find out more about stock racing, you've seen me demonstrate how I use price alerts all the time. Now, you want to put a sound alert on an alert window. You want to create a watch list, a symbol list, a watch list. So if it's major and things like watch lists are major, you'll see it'll have a section unto its own. So a lot of questions that I get, you can always find them in the guide. I have no problem demonstrating things, but you should know that there's a guide because, I might demonstrate something and a week later you might want to do it and you might forget everything I've said. So you'll have a guide that you can refer to. Getting started series again. Now I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And this is what the daily support sections are all about. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Friday. It should be Andy. Okay, it should be Andy. I will confirm that before I take my break. So that was the stop. Okay, so that was the stop for SMR. Okay, too bad. Here are my scans, guys. So you're looking for my scans. Here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down. Now, if you don't see the click here, I know there was an issue, okay? If you don't see the click here, like you see the click here and you see the click here, you can do one of two things. I guess you can hit, keep your shift key pressed down and F5 on your keyboard. What I did was I hit the shift key pressed down and I just did the refresh. You only have to do it once. It happened because the gentleman who looks after my homepage, we had a problem with one of the scans and he had to change it. And when he did that, for some reason, that click here disappeared. So that's the fix, okay? Oh, I see. Well, it may not have got stopped out. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, the combo scan, the relative strength leaders is right here. Okay, there's the RNAS right there. And I've got the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. A lot of activity, actually not as much today. Look at this, especially on the breakdowns. Even though the market is down, not as much activity today. And because we'll get out of earnings season in a big way next week, I think those two scans, it'll be definitely not as many. So here are all the scans I'm sharing. You have any questions, you can ask. Now, this is the trading room, but it's also a support room. So again, you can ask questions all day long. Well, Will, as long as you have a stop, don't get too married to it. Okay, so okay, guys, just talk a little bit about trade ideas, okay, and what it is for those of you who are new. Let me get the ray off here because it's obviously not. So what is trade ideas? We are a scanner, okay, and there's a difference between a screener and a scanner. I don't say this every day, but there are companies out there that purport to be scanners. We are definitely a real-time alert scanner, and this is what I mean. So this is an alert window. If I right-click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. A little bit of there we go, Summary. So this is the screening aspect of this alert window. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, this gives it the momentum. Okay, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Doesn't matter what these are. I'm just trying. The concept, though, of creating an alert window is you always start off with some filters, obviously to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Now, what you are going to use for price range and other things, of course, that's totally up to you. This is what I do. Doesn't have to be what you do. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one was DDL at 1043. It's almost 1045 now. So that was, so that was the last time that any stock met all these filter values and it made a new high for the day. 1043, 212. Okay. That's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. Amazed the number of questions we get, are these real? Well, if you don't know the program, I mean, I guess we had somebody yesterday that we could not be convinced that we real-time alert. Anyway, I don't mean in this room. I'm talking about an email that came in. So That's the concept of what Trade Ideas is all about. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. I have it on my homepage. If you want to make a change, as I said, maybe you want a different price range or anything else, of course you can make a change. I'm not trying to force this on anybody. This is just what I like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search this time, these are all the real, and you see USM just made a new high, okay, and at 47.57. So these are all the real-time alerts that we do have, okay? Again, don't get hung up, just like our user guide, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. But if I scroll down, you'll see we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we have. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy all of the different trading styles there are out there. Now, do we cover absolutely every single trading style? No, but I think for the vast majority of our customers, they are very satisfied in what they can do to combine these filters, the real-time alerts and the filters to give them what they're looking for, okay? Now, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. It doesn't mean that the rest of these are garbage. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about, okay? Doesn't have to, but others will maybe have a completely different outlook. So that's the beauty of Trade Ideas. You can customize a scan. You can take my scans and sort of tweak them maybe to your trading style. We have a lot of scans here also. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can look at them. All right. And there are all sorts of scans in there also. Yeah, you're right about the forward is right back down. Pretty amazing day it had yesterday. Shady made a great call early and it just kept running and running. Now it looks like it wants to fade. I mean, it was an earnings play. I mean, it was still down a lot percentage wise. It's just that it recovered a lot. It's been super strong, guys, all day has been Reddit, RDDT. It has not really been affected by the market at all. Maybe a little bit here, but Reddit's been very strong. Had earnings a couple of days ago. The test was, could it hold 50? Yesterday it did get down to 48 something, but it did close at 50. So it did not close below 50. Okay, guys, Yelp now is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. 38.40 was the trigger. It's an earnings play. Wow. Look at this look at this topping tail. At one point, this was positive. Got up to $40. Pretty choppy. All right, guys, LIDAR continues. Yes, LIDR continues. And again, if you're happen to be in this one, the next high, I mean, it's still got some room. The next high, it took that out, 225. So now your next high, nobody's saying I don't think it's getting there, but it is at $4.08. And a great call from Shady on the LIDAR for sure. Okay, Tiki, you've got to stop. Yeah, as Shady said, you've got some interesting ideas. That's great. Please don't, everything you think about in your head, you don't have to put down in this, certainly in the specific stocks only, okay? Specific stocks only is just for, a stock, obviously. So if you want to talk in general, that's what the general market talk is. Okay. And, the problem is that people are watching and trying to read and see different symbols that are being talked about. Okay. So if you don't mind, just put it in general market talk. Okay. Yeah, but just what you're doing right there. Okay. It just sort of dominates the room. People are scrolling down and what they want to see are stocks that are being talked about. So just like that. Okay. LIDAR. Okay. Now. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is it's funny. Then the Dow is still up, Nas is down a little, so there's a minor. I mean, the market is still up, believe it or not. It's just that it was a lot further up here at 522. All right, guys. Shoot, I just missed it. Tried to get that short on SVV. And I missed it. I was trying to get it right up here at 79, and it just kept moving. It is down 10%, more than 10%. So a lot of shares available, but I couldn't get the fill I wanted. And that was showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Wow, what happened with SP? Look at SP Plus. Something happened with this one. Does anybody mention this one? SP just had a big pop here. SP Plus gains admit. Well, let me get it up here. Maybe you guys already posted it, but I made a report the Department of Justice set to allow sale to Metropolis Technologies. Maybe you guys posted that. I don't know. Guys, I mentioned the NTRA as a potential short fade. NTRA. I mean, it's obviously the market is helping it. The volume is, I mean, there's the RNAS now starting to show up here. It was down here. Now it's starting to show up here. And look at the volume. Volume is picking up. Biggest volume bar now of the day. Well, LiDAR, certainly in the pre-market, you would have seen it, Barbara, okay? You would have seen LiDAR in the pre-market. If you check my list, it was on my list. You know, there it is right there. So that was showing up in the pre-market as something to watch. And then, you know, it was here right at the very beginning, of course. LiDAR was here. If you want to call this a scan. It wasn't at 102% because it, you know, it's obviously it was in this area here. Also showed up, you know, you could have waited, I suppose, showed up here in the 10-day daily break. It finally broke out. Where was it? At 10:25. So many scans would have also would have shown up here. What time would it have shown up? There you are, right at 9:30, like right at 9:30. Okay, at 1:53. So, and that's in the momentum scan. So yeah, I mean, a lot of places where LiDAR showed up. And it was an earnings play. All right, ACIC now is back over 13. It intrigues me. Okay, that's all I can say is it sort of intrigues me. I mean, the Novavax could come back. I mean, now it's over that 10 SMA. I still have an alert set up here. Well, I must have deleted it, so I'm going to reset it. I am surprised with that float, how volatile it's been. Would have thought it would have settled down a little bit by now, but not even close. So yeah, that was about the same time right there. So shady 154. And there's the alert. Actually, I should expand this. This will get me the actual right to the second of the alert for LiDAR, right at the beginning. Now, I don't trade, right? I don't, take trades in the first 15. So I did not take it there. A lot of shares available to short for the SP at Interactive Brokers, almost 1 million shares. I only mention this because, I mean, this is a parabolic pop, of course. Wow, 11 o'clock. Fast morning. So what I'm going to do now is make sure Andy will be in our YouTube room while I take my break at noon. Okay, guys. No, I don't use I don't use Brokerage Plus at all. Okay, Green Trades. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. I'm just old. I've had it for so long, eight years. I'll be honest. I really didn't see a huge advantage to trading through Brokerage Plus. Some love it, but I didn't see a huge advantage. And I was so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers that I didn't feel like making the switch. I could be doing it now, now that I don't display Brokerage Plus, I don't really talk, but every now and then I should actually display Brokerage Plus to show how you can use it as a simulator. And there you go. Denver Tom loves it. So yeah, I can demo it. Just give me a moment as I pour the last bit of my green and black tea. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, some people love that, Oliver. It does. So there's a way in which you can use Trade Ideas to trade from within, or you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. So let me bring it up. I haven't brought it up for a while. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So in order to bring it up, I have to move this off my screen because if I click on it here, this will disappear behind. So all you do is click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, New Brokerage Plus. When you do that, this is what you should see. Now you might have different column headers. It'll say not connected. So all you have to do is click on Sim for simulation, paper trading, and it should automatically change to TI paper trading. Okay. Now, if for some reason it doesn't, It might, depends on the version of Trade Ideas you've got. It may say account, just click on it. Okay. And then it'll pop up TI paper trading and then click on it. So now you're in the paper trader. Now, simple. Okay. Let me click on RNAS. Okay. Let me click on RNAS. I'm doing this off screen just because this window will disappear behind. So I'm just going to do it off screen. I'm going to click on RNAS. Okay. And notice how there it is. RNAS is here. Now you can pick, you don't have to use these, this is just a quick way of picking shares, but of course you can pick exactly the number of shares. Let's do 500. Okay. This is what I don't like. Yeah. You click, the spread is okay. 190, 193. It's fine. Click buy and then send. That's what I don't like, having to do the two. Okay. So now, you know what time is it now? Probably a good idea. I haven't gone over money management for a while. So here I'm in this one at 193. Okay. This is in the simulator. Now I'm going to, you can add a stop. My entry was 170 at 193. I'm going to put a stop at 173 and I'll explain why. Because you'll see on the chart, there'll be a red line that'll be approximately actually right at $100. So the way I trade is I have a checklist. Everything has to be checked before I'll take the trade. Okay. Now, a lot of things are already checked based on my scans. I'm not going to see something out of a price range I don't want, a minimum volume that I need, relative volume, all sorts of things like that are already in my scans. My next step, of course, is when I get an alert, click on the alert. If I like what I see, then I take the trade. Okay. So now, before I take the trade, I'm going to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Believe it or not every trade works. So I have to have a price that I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work. Now that is where, practice trading and all that comes in. How I tend to do it is looking at maybe a 15-minute chart and sizing up where I think there could be some support. If it breaks down through that support, I want to be out of the trade. A lot of my trades can be like a break of a whole number. So if it broke down through that whole number, I want to be out of the trade. Just things like that. But that has to be up to you. There is no right or wrong way. Okay. The only right way, though, is to have a stop. You cannot rely on hope, that your trade is going to work. As you get in this one at 193, and now it's at 190, 180, 170, 160, and you're hoping it'll come back because it could go right back down to 1. Okay. I'm just using this as an example. So you've got to have a stop. So knowing where you're going to get out of the trade, then that helps you determine whether or not you should take the trade. Because if I have a 20-cent stop on something, I have to be able to look left on a daily or a weekly chart to see that if I'm going to risk 20 cents on the trade, that I have at least a reasonable chance of making 40 cents. So when I look left, I want to see the next high on the daily or the weekly at least 40 cents away. I'm not going to risk, if the next high on the daily or weekly was 5 cents away and I'm risking 20 cents, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5. Okay. Now, just because the next high on the daily or weekly is at least 40 cents away, of course, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. All I'm trying to do, though, is take out chart resistance as one reason why maybe a stock won't keep moving higher. Okay. Just one reason, just get rid of that. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but at least I can take that out of the equation. So I'm sizing this up fairly quickly. I've been trading a while. So I'm sizing this up fairly quickly, and then I make my trade, and now I'm in. Now, why did I take 500 shares? The next step is, okay, the way I trade anyway, is that I don't vary the amount I'm going to risk per trade by much. So what do I mean by that? I'm not going to risk, say, $1,000 on one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. Okay. I try to keep how much I'm risking per trade about the same within reason every single trade. So that now, it all depends on your account size. You'll notice In the simulator, since I've demonstrated this for years, I always demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why it says $100. And that's why I took 500 shares, because I had a 20-cent stop. 500 times 20 cents. If it moves against me, I'll lose $100. Okay. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You know how to do it, and to have a point to how much you're willing to risk per trade. Risk meaning how much you're willing to lose on the trade if it's not working. And hopefully it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay, so you can set up an Excel spreadsheet pointing to how much you're willing to risk per trade as your constant. And then all you do is you put in your entry and your stop, and that'll calculate how many shares you should take. Now, don't get hung up. I mean, if it says you should take 500 and it's moved a little bit, so now you're only going to take 490. Okay, I'm going to get so hung up on that. But that, what I wouldn't be doing though is saying, well, one trade I'll take 1,000 shares. I'm going to risk $200. One trade I'll take 500. I'll risk $100. Next trade I'll take 2,000 shares. I'll risk $400. And the other thing and it's hard, guys. I know it's hard. That's why you got to practice in a simulator. Revenge trading. Well, I got ahead of myself. So the next step, of course, with trading is to obey your stop. It's not easy. It's not easy a lot of times to obey your stop. You get into a trade and maybe there's some news, okay? About maybe it's an earnings play. Maybe they've got some news. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. I call it a bonus. If it has some news, great. But what happens is you get into a trade. Now, in a simulator, it's so simple to obey your stop. It's not real money, so you obey your stop. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Until you can make money in a simulator, please don't try to practice. Don't start trading real money. Okay, if you can't make money in a simulator when there is no emotion involved, okay, it's going to be awfully hard to do it with real money. Okay. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't mean that 100% you're going to make money real trading. There's other things that come into play, slippage, maybe things like that, but also not obeying your stop. Probably one of the number one reasons, because you can get very stubborn. You can get pig-headed, whatever you want to call it, because you can't believe you get into something and it's exciting, the room is talking about it. Great news. And yet it's not working. It's starting to drift down towards your stop. And you convince yourself that, in this case, I'm not going to obey my stop because it's got to come back. It's everything is lining up too well. And so your $100 loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And you guys know what's coming next. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop. You're down $500 and then it does come back for you. Okay. And it comes back for you. And now you're up $200, $300, $400 and you really pat yourself on the back, congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop because I knew it would come back. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay. Of course it can. But in my recommendation is to obey your stop. You have a stop in place, obey it. You can always get back into the trade. In the old days, and I'm talking the old days, when commissions were, you could pay $200, $300, $400, $500 to get in and the same amount to get out. It was all based on, the value of the trade. So it was pretty tough. Well, I don't think people were day trading like they are now. So, but now with either cheap or free commissions, there's no excuse to getting out of a stop or to getting out of a trade. Okay. Because you don't want to pay the commission. There's no excuse. And what can happen is the stock can set up again the same way later on. And maybe this time it'll work. Maybe you were just a little early. Maybe, maybe the stock that you got into was a little bit market dependent and you're getting in, it's looking good. And then all of a sudden, one of these Fed guys talks and you get this giant red bar. You can't control that. What you can control though, a little bit is that's why I put the economic calendar every day. So you can kind of see what is happening at different times. And, that may or may not influence your decision to take a trade ahead of that. But let's say out of nowhere, the market just starts to move down. It wasn't a Fed guy talking. There was no economic number that came out. For whatever reason, the market just started moving down. You can't control that. But what you can control is getting out of the trade and getting like having a very manageable loss. Okay. So that's it, guys. I mean, I always say I don't teach trading as such. The only thing I would like to harp on everybody and nag on everybody, though, is to have a stop. You cannot Pollyanna your way through trading. And if you don't know what Pollyanna is, look it up. Okay. So, and again, with cheap commissions or zero trade or zero commissions, there's no excuse. You cannot use, well, I don't want to pay the commissions as an excuse. Okay, so that's it. Now you can practice swing trading in our simulator. Okay, you can practice swing trading in the simulator. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, okay, then it becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Yeah, I mean, if you're having a really tough, I mean, listen, I mean, I'm only in usually a maximum of 2 trades at the same time. Okay, so I am comfortable without putting hard stops in. If I were going to wander away from my computer, I would put a hard stop in, but I rarely wander away from my computer when I'm in a trade. Okay. Even when I'm taking my break, between 12 and 1, it's rare that I'm actually, out of this seat. Even if I'm doing my workout, it's right in front of my computer. Okay. I've got a set up that I can be right in front of my computer. I've got a big screen that's set up with a chart. So if I'm in a trade when I'm doing my workout, I can always hop off and I can do something. So I rarely leave my computer for any length of time while I'm in a trade. But if I truly had a problem obeying my stop that I put in place, if I had a problem, then I would start by putting in auto stops. Yeah, the hard stops, and let the system take me out because, my discipline is not good enough. I don't trust myself to get out. Okay. That's not me though. I bet that could be you. Could be you, especially at the beginning. Now, if I were in a bunch of trades at the same time, sure, I'd have to have hard stops. There'd be no way I could, if I were in 10 trades at the same time, I would never recommend anybody being in 10 trades at the same time. But, I'm sure there are people listening to me. Maybe they are. If you're starting out new, honestly, I would probably limit yourself to no more than 2. I really would. It gets very, can get very frantic if you're starting out. If you're brand new to trading, I would even just start off with 1 trade and concentrate on it. Yeah. So Hermes, I rarely swing trade. I am in one, and you guys probably know, and it is from Shady. I took a flyer on it yesterday, and I held it. Very glad I did, and it was because of the weekly chart. But no, I am 99.99% of the time, I'm out of the trade at the end of the day. That's just me, though. Okay, I'm just not comfortable swing trading. And a lot of the times, the things that I'm in, they're momentum type trades, and so the momentum can just dry up the next day. They're not fundamental trades at all. So if that makes sense. Now, want to get out of a trade? Okay, if I want to get out. Now, here's my stop at 173, but the way I trade, my stop price is the worst I want to do in a trade. It's the absolute worst, okay? But if I get into a trade and I just don't like the way it's looking, I can always get out earlier, save myself a little bit of money. Yeah, I run the risk that it turns around on me. But say I was in a trade that was kind of following the market. Not that this one is, but it was kind of following the market. Say, you know what? Why am I going to buck the trend? Get out, can always get back in you later. Okay, so that's now if I want to get out of a trade, these are some hotkeys we have. It's very minor ones, but flatten gets you out of a trade. Okay, if I were in a bunch of trades here, or I had a series of trades here, I would highlight the one I want to get out of, and I can flatten it. I can get out of half my trade, or if I were really keen, I could double my position. Okay, so I'm going to flatten this trade right now. Well, in fact, I could have almost got stopped out. I see. I got out just before the stop price. Now, what I like to do is also have the distance from the exit price and the max P&L up and running. Okay. Because now this is going to tell me, well, how good were your exits? Now, this is not, again, remember now, I was demonstrating how to do all this. Now, you see the max P&L. What that is telling me is that while I was still in all the shares, 500 shares, the max I could have made would have been $34. Okay. Now, when I got out of this trade, I lost 92. Again, we're talking in a simulator. What you would not want to see, though, is that, say, at one point, what if I were up $500 on the trade and I actually allowed it to take a loss? I mean, that would be horrible, right? But even if I were up 500 and I let it drift down to $100 and then I got out, that wouldn't be good either. Okay. Now, it's hard. I mean, people ask the same, question all the time. Well, how do I know when to get out or take half or take a third? Or this is where you really got to practice. I have a sense of what I'm doing. Okay. I don't take out a third at some point, a half at some point. A lot of the times, some of the trades I'm in, they have big pops immediately. So I want to protect myself. Something that has a huge pop immediately, I'll probably take some off. And the other thing I like to have is the distance from the exit price. So I got out of that at 175. Okay. And now you see what it's saying is -3. So that means from where I exited, it's 3 cents under. That's what you want to see. I mean, when you exit, you'd like to see a big negative number because that'll tell you, wow, I'm glad I exited at that price because, it's 40 or 50 cents underneath. So I like this. I like to have this as a gauge, the max P&L and the exit price as a gauge that lets me know, kind of gives me an idea, but how good are my exits? Okay, so that's it, guys. Off my soapbox. Please practice trading until you actually trade live money. Yeah, Mark, that is something that you would have to send off to the log file. I can't answer a question like that. Okay, I don't know why that would happen. Okay, Mark, I'm talking to Mark at in our main room. You can go to info at trade-ideas.com. And Chris, poor Chris, he's the one who specializes at looking at the logs of the trades. Okay. And what you do is I'm sorry, I typed that incorrectly. So info at trade-ideas.com, indicate what happened, and then you can send help and send files to support. Okay. And he'll look at the log and maybe he can tell you what went wrong. I can't. Okay. I just can't. I can't do it. I'd have to look at the log and all, and I don't do that. Now, somebody asked a question about Steve. I believe you can add a trailing. Pepe, you're probably around. You can add a trailing stop. Somebody asked, I think Cafe, I don't know where your question is. Something about consecutive days or brief definition. Well, there's no, okay, I see. A brief definition of how to use the consecutive days filter. Okay, well, I can show you what it looks like, but how you use it will, of course, be up to you. But if so if I right click on an alert window, could be a top list window, but now I'm going to do a search on consecutive. So the question from our main room is how to use the consecutive days filter. How you use it, of course, will be up to you, but here it is, consecutive days. So add the filter. So if you're looking for stocks that are up a certain number of days in a row, you put the minimum, how many days you want. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 1. Well, not 1, that'd be crazy. And then if you want stocks that are down consecutive days, use a negative number here. Okay. Now, how you're going to construct an alert window or a top list window around that's up to you, of course. But the mechanics of using the consecutive days filter, so if I put 4 here, that means it has to be up 4 days in a row. And if I put -4 here, it means it would have to be down 4 days in a row. Okay. So that's about all I can say. I mean, I can't tell you other than that. You have to create your scan. So does that help? I don't use the consecutive days. And of course, you can also do it on, and I know you didn't ask this question, but for those who are listening, you can, if you want to see a consecutive 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 10, 15, 30, or 60-minute candles in a row up. And again, the same principle. You put a positive number in the min, and if you want to see them moving down, you put a negative number in the max. Okay. So you can't do it directly in B plus. Okay. Well, I've never used a trailing stop. But again, I probably would if I were in a lot of different trades at the same time. But I find it just easy enough for me to manage my trades. I just look at a chart and I kind of try to figure out what I want to do. Macrogenics, that would have been an excellent short, 410 from my 10-day daily breakdown. Also from the Just, I've been reluctant to short these cheaper ones, but look at MGNX now, 367. So from 410, even if I waited for the 4 break, that's a nice little percentage move down. All right, guys. So 11:31. So I'll be taking a break in about 30 minutes. Andy will take over from me. Oh, well, wait a minute. I'm not sure he responded. Yes, he's so Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes. And I know I say it every day, but I do think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube while I take my break between 12 and 1. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me. We all have different trading styles, okay? Take a look at SUN from Shady. This is an earnings play today. Shady, was this one that you used to talk about months ago or weeks ago, or well, probably months ago, Vuzi? I know it had earnings today. It sort of triggered a memory for me. Can't remember if it was Vuzi or something else, VUZI. Sort of remember you're talking about it. Okay. And the only reason I bring it up because I know it had earnings, and I saw it in the earnings schedule. I thought that rings a bell, but I haven't seen it for so long. Hey, Daniel, are you still in the room? Was it Daniel who had the problem with the when you were right-clicking and configure and you had to please wait? Was that you, Daniel? Trying to remember. Somebody at the beginning of the day. Was that in support? No, it wasn't in the support. That was or David. It was David. Sorry. Hit the post. So did that did you have to actually do a reboot? Ah, Perfect Circle. Are you around? I know you always lurk in the YouTube room. Look at ITOS, guys. ITOS. ITOS. Another new high. Now that's a nice little break on the red candle there. It's not a red bar ignored technically, but it is very close. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right. So this one is showing up now. Power REIT, PW. So what I like to do, look at this. Okay. So this is, okay, a super cheap one, guys. Super cheap. Big move. 81%, lots of volume. Holding company. Okay. NVAX, any alerts on that, Fox Trader? So when you ask me, are there any alerts on that? What do you mean by that exactly? Of course, you can see it front and center right there. Personally, I'm waiting to see if it takes out 1088 later. Did have an alert here in the combo scan, and it got the alert and it immediately moved down from there. So there was no harm in that one, but I'm just waiting. Is now below that 10 SMA. See, this is not, I mean, I may have looked at shorting this one, but I don't have any shorts available. But right now, I mean, it's just kind of in a holding pattern. A lot of news on this one, of course. But so when you ask me any alerts on it, are you talking about were there any scans that produce alerts? Is that what you mean? Or is there another way to phrase that question? I'm talking to Fox Trader in our YouTube room. So the SPY finally, well, it's basically flat now. The Dow was up a little, NAS is down a little. I mean, it's a flat day, guys. It looks worse than it is. I mean, obviously, if these giant red bars continue, but the market was up quite a bit. And so now, basically, what's happened is it's the market's at yesterday's close. It's not. This is an alpha stock today, guys. Reddit is an alpha stock. I mentioned this on the 50 break earlier. Reddit is an alpha stock today. What do I mean by that? Is that here's the market and here's Reddit. Reddit does not care what's happening with the market. Trading on its own. That's the goal really every single day is find those stocks that are not trading so much with the market. Because then you're at the mercy of what the market's doing. Wow, Duolingo really underneath 200. Yeah, wow. Wow. So it was an earnings play, an absolute doji. Look at that. Topping tail, bottoming tail, closed closed at the oh yeah. So there were many Fox Trader. I mean, Momentum Scan. I mean, there's Novavax right at the beginning. Um, you can see it right here. Yeah, you can see it right here. Pre-market Novavax. You know, was all over in the pre-market. You could not miss it. Wasn't easy though. You know, I mean, when it opened today, when it opened, you know, got up to 10.99, closed down here at 10, tried again, then that giant red candle here. So, I mean, this was not easy. This was not smooth. Well, I don't know if Shady, you're still in this. I can't remember what your stop was, but GL is actually now putting in a nice big green candle. It's one of the ones I have thumbnailed. That's why I see it every day, because it definitely has some ranges that. Well, Pepe, I may never turn my computer off again. Yeah, but just briefly, Poe, just a very brief one. Party pooper, William. Well, I don't know. The reboot I did 2 days ago, 3 days ago, maybe, has done something nice. Now, maybe it was just a complete coincidence. Maybe if I did another reboot, another one after that, it would still be the same. I don't know. All right, APDN. Sorry, guys, getting off topic. Wow, APDN. Now, I guess it got halted on the way down, and then no, I guess it got halted on. No, it got halted on the way down, and then it popped off that. Oh, now there are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Why weren't they available? Well, I know why they weren't available before, but now they're 15,000. Now they just got 9,000, just got snapped up as I was talking for GME. Let's see if it moves again. Now this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This tells me how many shares are available. And I, by memory now, if you want to have this window, just do a search on SLB in Interactive Brokers, and then you can have this. I have this up on another monitor all the time. So when I looked at it, there were actually, see how it changes? No, I was not able to hibernate. I finally got to it. Sorry, guys, I'm just talking to Pepe for a minute, a second here. So I was able to find where I could have done it, but on my system anyway, hibernate was an option, but it was grayed out. I could not select it. However, then I went up to something that was called sleep. And when I clicked on sleep, hibernate, it seemed to say that I could pick hibernate, and even though I'm picking sleep, it would turn into hibernate. Okay, and I thought, okay, but you know what? Maybe I have to reboot my computer for that to happen. Maybe that was it, because it was not in hibernation mode this morning, because when I started it started very quickly. There was some guy was telling me to go into the command prompt line and type in a code. That didn't work either. I think I did though. No, it's not in the shutdown setting. So if you're talking here, shutdown, see, it's not here. And for some reason, that's like it on a lot of computers. Well, somebody said in the Instant Go doesn't have the hibernate option. I can open a command window. Do it off screen. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the whole thing. Okay. Uh, what would I do without you? Let's see if it takes it, and then enter, of course. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I saw. Okay. See how it said hibernate? I could not check it, but I went up to here when I pressed the power button, and I said hibernate, and I did it, and now save the changes. Now maybe that'll work. That's what I did though. Or did I jump the gun on you? Oh, go back? Shoot. Okay. So what do you want me to do? See, this is okay. What do you want me to do? Change settings that are currently unavailable. Okay. When I press the sleep button, hibernate. So here though, right? Unless I can do the see. Oh, now it becomes clickable. Okay. See it before it wasn't. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So now let's see if that is an option. Hallelujah. There it is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. Wow, 11:50 already. So what I'm going to do now, thank you again. I went the other route, and I went to the sleep and hibernate, and I thought that did it, but I guess it didn't. Um, YouTube. So here's the YouTube link, guys. So if you want to head over to listen to Andy when he takes over for me in about 10 minutes, you can do so. Well, it definitely misled me. SGBX. It's going to take a lot of convincing, Jay, for me to. I don't mean by you, but I mean it's actually better than at least yesterday. I mean, look at this big pop up to 650. And then it came all the way back down to 470. So they announced this government contract yesterday. Okay, now it's been increased by $1 million. Okay, I mean, nice news, definitely nice news. But I've just found it. I mean, I love it because it's got all this room. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, I love it because of the weekly chart. Yeah, you're right. Government contracts usually go to the lowest bidder. And so the fact that they bid on it and got it doesn't mean they're going to make any money. But you know what? We don't care, do we? Most of these companies will never make any money. They're just trades at some point. Ooh, look at fat on the way down. Fat brands. Fat burgers. I've had a fat burger before. So fat is halted on the way down. Statement. So they put out a statement of some sort regarding, I don't know what this means, SOX 402 charges, but anyway, was informed that it has been indicted. Wow. On 2 violations of whatever this is for arranging approximately 2.65 million in loans to Andy Wiederhorn. Now, doesn't this remind you of the lawyer, the lawyer in Seinfeld? These charges are unprecedented, unwarranted, unsubstantiated, and unjust. If you didn't, when he was representing Kramer, the Johnny Cochran. Anyway, so they're disputing this. Jackie Childs, thank you. Yes, Jackie Childs. All right, guys. So in about 5 minutes, Andy's going to take over from me. So just going to. Wow, 3 years ago. Okay. Well, this might turn into a tremendous bounce. They were based on conduct that ended over 3 years ago and ignores the company's cooperation with the investigation. Wow. 18 brands with $2.5 billion in global sales, 2,300. Well, I mean, yeah, look who they've got. Bonanza, Fatburger. A lot of these are not in Canada, but Bonanza is, Fatburger is. Buffalo's, I don't know, Yala Mediterranean. They're not in Canada, I don't think, but well, yeah, so they control a lot of fast food places. Peter Smith in our YouTube room is saying that the CEO of Fat a Fat Brand spent time in jail. When? Apple on a 15-minute chart. Okay. Well, guarantee. Whoops. I'm going to type it in correctly. Not good. I mean, it obviously been straight down all day. Now, what are you looking at? Maybe for a bounce? I mean, the only thing, I'd be watching the market. I mean, Apple is more than likely going to follow the market. It's a market mover. So, unless the market puts in a big green bar, I know there's a little one there, but I'd be very reluctant to take a bounce. I don't know what you're trying to do. There's the 200-day moving average, a huge area for Apple to try to hold on a daily chart. That's about $2 away, a little less than $2 away. Apple is not trading abnormally. It's basically trading normally, 0.98 relative volume. So it's basically trading normally in terms of volume. Option volume is not even normal, 41% of normal. So I'm not really sure what to tell you anymore about it. It's but that's a big level for Apple to try to hold next week or today. Oh, okay, guys, I better put my announcement in. I'm sure Andy's going to show up any second now. So put my announcement in. On a break. Oops. And I just heard a little pop, so that means Andy must be in our YouTube room. So guys, in our main room, I'll put myself on mute in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff. See, I'm getting your name now.
Oh, you are.
I know.
Very nice.
It's not the easiest name to pronounce. You know that.
No, one yours either, right? And
Well, mine, yeah. Mine is even my first name. People want to go Barry instead of Barry.
Oh, especially in Texas, man. The E's and A's sound a lot alike.
Yeah, I'll bet. And then the Einerson. I've had so many people convince me you're pronouncing it wrong. It's Einerson. I said, no,
Right.
it isn't. In Iceland, it's Einerson. Maybe in Norway, it's anyway. We digress. So anyway, Andy, I just want to introduce you. Andy's going to take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. I'm not sure what you're doing swing trading now, Andy, but and also loves to play these crazy ones that have been beaten up and maybe starting to return from the dead, dawn of the dead, as you call it. So
I don't have a problem bottom fishing every now and then, as long as it's constructive. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay, Andy, I'll let you go. Well, I'll let myself go. I always say I'll let you go. I'll let myself go. And we'll see you in about an hour.
Enjoy your hour, man. Take care.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar, guys. Once again, my name's Andy. So if you're in here and you're have a question about the software, you want me to take a look at something, a configuration or something, help you with that, this is a place to do it. If not, we can talk stocks. Obviously, we'll probably talk a lot of stocks, a lot of charts. If you have a chart to look at, we can do that as well. Hi, Kareem. How are you? All right. The SPY today, yeah, it's struggling. I gave back a little bit today. I've had a nice run, especially in the China stocks. I'm not giving up on these China stocks for sure. especially some of the China internets. Good. I was watching you a last video on YouTube, new explosive setups, Mandy. I like it so much and like the scans you are using, the nice setup and suite. Could you please share them? Yeah, I'll do one better. I'll share you my whole uh, homework. And this is going to have all four scans, including the two that you mentioned there. So I will just trade this little docked window and I will share it. And I'll also pull it up here in a minute. So uh, Andy's homework and kind of go through what I do each morning for about an hour. There you go. And we'll just go ahead and pull it up and load. And this is the stuff I look at each morning. Now, these are going to be, some of these are going to be on live always, but that's okay. No, it's live during market hours. So what'll happen is these things will freeze at the end of the day. So when I get up the next morning, I'll see all the stocks that closed the day satisfying the filters in each one of these alerts. And I'll just go through each one of them uh, and be taking a look at the daily as I am looking for setups. It's all about the setup. And guys, it's first of all, I think it's all about the entry. You get good entries, you're going to make profits, in my opinion. And that's what I like about a lot of these setups. Now, you kind of got to get a feel for what to look for, something like that. I like them when they're tight. It's IBKR, it's had a nice move, pulled back, and now it's bouncing off its 10 period moving average, kind of a little wedge pattern there. So that's kind of the stuff I look for when I go through. If I see a lot of, wicks and things like that, they can get kind of messy. But you can definitely find, so you can see Baba. Baba was on the list today and was setting up coming into the day. So anyway, that's what I do each morning, and I also make then once I do that, I make a video and put it on YouTube. So it's pretty much that Amgen strong after earnings. Take a look at the daily. Looks like it may want to go back to highs eventually. But see that Amgen, I'd like to catch right there. I like to get in these things like on this reversal right there. I didn't, but I a lot of times I do catch stocks like that after earnings when they pull back for like 3 days and do a bar reversal. This SMR, I bought that on a pullback, and it's an earnings play, decent volume, just small size, but like this BZ. BZ was on the list today. I just picked some up at 58. Yeah, on this pullback here to the 10 period moving average. Like the daily on this thing, but uh, yeah, coming into today, it was setting up to break above that monthly high there. It did, and I bought the pullback. We'll see what happens. Probably something I'll stay in. I'm not looking. See what I do a lot of times, guys, when I trade these China stocks, I seldom will get out during trading over here. I mean, something's got to happen really bad. Uh, but let me tell you where I'm so hot on China right now. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Where am I at? This is the Hang Seng last night. Okay, that you can just see it's been trading beautifully. Well, last night had a huge move, broke above a 10-month high there in the Hang Seng, uh, which is basically of all your big China stocks. It's gonna a lot of China internets in there. So this is why I'm not giving up on China. This is why I buy it when they pull back, like especially in our market. I told you guys about this the other day. They'll have a great overnight, and they'll get hit. And Baba was just, I bought this in pre-market, like at, I think 1177.62, because China was basically flat overnight, and for some reason they like to open these up and hit them in pre-market, and it was opened up down like almost 3%. Are you kidding me? I'll take some of that. And so just something I've done over the years. Now they do have earnings coming up. I got to decide what what I'm gonna do going into earnings. I'll probably hold a little bit. I've had some really nice gains, on some of these China plays. Uh, so I'll probably hold a little bit of that Baba in the earnings. I mean, it's trading at like a single digit forward PE, so I may give it a shot. Thank you, Kareem. Yeah, there's some nice setups. As a matter of fact, I probably need to. I'm gonna make space for that poised. Poised is probably my favorite, and I'm gonna make space for it on my layout so I can kind of watch them intraday too to get a to get an idea. Let's just go ahead and pull it up while we're sitting here. Take a look at some of them on the daily. Yeah, bouncing off its 10-day right there. I seldom take them during. I like to see how they close. And that kind of forms. That's a beautiful chart right there. I'd feel better if this 10 period were closer, to it. But I love the fanning. That's a sign of momentum when you see fanning moving averages like that on the daily. But I'll definitely put an alert. Wait, did I miss that one? Yeah, nice little chart. Nice move going sideways just above its 10 period moving average. And this is what I'll do is as I'm going through these things, I'll just mark them up. I want to know if they reach certain levels. If you guys who are maybe new to trading, or even if you've been trading for a while, I mean, a lot of the times, I mean, some of your best work, a lot of people think they have to sit there and trade and look for stocks to take a, position in right away. The Probably your most valuable work, or just looking at charts and setting price alerts and just waiting for those price alerts to go off. That could be so much better than sitting there Jones and looking for a stock to trade. Be patient. Not a bad chart there. And just sit there and just kind of mark them up. And then if they go off, you can evaluate everything at that moment. Yeah, you're welcome, Kareem. Let's see. TSM. We'll take a look there. Yeah, nice. Not earnings. Not sure what the news was on that. Sure, you probably know Trader 77. All right, I'll just pull this out of the way. There's not a whole lot on there right now that I'm interested about. Invax. This is why I don't like trading a lot of earnings, guys. I would rather trade my setups and sit here and try to. I promise you, there's so many traders out right now, trying to go long Invax, man, and just getting chopped up. OUST, same way. Is a nice 30-minute move there, but since then, sound. Look at that. Ugh. I would rather trade a setup and then. Baidu's kind of getting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sell that Gurn I bought this morning. I love the daily in that thing, but it's just failing. Thought it was gonna have a move today, with Invax having such a decent. I'm just in from 86, so it's not like I'm that much underwater. I'll give it a little bit. It breaks at 20. Oh, reported a big jump. So they did have earnings, huh? So maybe we're wrong here. They have earnings, or they just up their guidance. Well, let's take a look at the news. Okay, April sales. Okay, nice. What Hood? I thought had good earnings, but boy, it sure hasn't traded like it. I think that been some insider selling going on. The CEO, which is probably not a big deal. I mean, I doubt he's selling it. He's probably just selling a certain percentage. But ARK in general is just ugly. That is one ugly chart there. Newmont, I've been in for a few days, but I got to stop on my last little portion there if it does break the 60. All right. you in a you in two rooms, Bill? You watching Steve's podcast? The heck's going on right here? WNW. Little pop. It's China. I thought that NCI was going to get going the other day. Just could not get anything going on this day. Got an alert in case it does want to go back up there. I'll trade those stocks every now and then if they get crazy. Ah, other room for futures. I got you. Well, let's see. The SPY is trying to get a little bounce here, but it's got to deal with its 10 period moving average. See what happens there if it can get through it. Oh, this is getting to where I might want to add. If it gets back above. 15 period. I'm sorry, the 10 period. Any advice watching VWAP on a single stock window? I've done some research and looking money trading to be higher. I'm not a big VWAP guy. I mean, it's a lot of people are. I got nothing against it. I mean, but I'm more of a moving average guy. But yeah, if it helps you trade, for sure. Uh, just I've never been a big VWAP. I try to keep it simple. If I'm afraid if I'm looking at a chart like on a like this SMR, for example, if I'm looking for a pop above that 10 period moving average and taking out like a 1 hour high, and if the VWAP was above, I would like probably hesitate and say, oh no, I needed to get back above that VWAP also. Next thing you know, you're adding other things and you're not reacting. Okay. You're getting too caught up in all the minutia of indicators. So I've always liked to keep it simple. Even when I was day trading, I didn't use it. But Peter, if you like it, to each his own. There's a lot of people that make money in the stock market using all different kinds of strategies and indicators. So whatever helps make you money. Pull this China watch over here. Take a look at some of the China stocks and see. That looks like a very thin one. I need to look at the daily. Thin. Beak is strong, but gosh, I don't like chasing stocks that have gone that much. And man, at home set a nice 3-day move there. There's that SMR hitting my alert. Let's see. I'll probably just stick with what I have, and if it breaks out of this high over the next couple of days, then I'll add. I just don't feel like adding on a Friday with this market kind of trending down, trying to go back negative again. Average directional index. Perplexity say won't above 25. I'm not sure what you mean in that last statement. If you're talking about a stock, just give a symbol. Uh, I don't use the average directional index. Honestly, Peter, I could not even tell you what that is. I've heard of it, but it's not something I use. I think what you'll find, guys, if you just keep finding, trying, if you're struggling with trading and you just keep trying to find that magic indicator or tool, and you're trying things over and over and over again and just not working, it's probably not technical. Okay, it's more than likely it's probably psychological. Uh, I think a lot of people make trading harder than what it is, what it should be. And from what I've seen over the years, the probably the biggest hurdle of getting over, for from what I've seen from good traders versus poor traders, is fear. Fear is the biggest hurdle. That's why so many people paper trade, and they do it. They paper trade great, and then but once they start going live, that's when that fear comes in and emotions come in, and that's you have to learn to conquer that, fear. That's how I turned it around as a day trader. I struggled for excuse me. I'll tell you a quick little story. I str I lost money for like, I think I started out with probably 50,000, and I lost money for like 8 months straight. Probably, and I think my count got all the way down to 8,000. And then I just told myself, I had a really cool office manager. Some of you may have heard this story. I'm sorry if you have, but I had a really cool office manager who probably gave me more margin than I should, because he must have saw my potential or something like this. So I finally just told myself, you know what? I got 8,000. What's the worst case scenario? Is I'll just have to go back into the workforce and put on the monkey suit and just start again. But when I did that, I lost my fear. I lost my fear of, I didn't care anymore, because I kind of was going to accept the outcome regardless of what happened. And when I did that, I mean, it was just almost like just immediate reversal. I think I went on to make uh, first after that poor year. I just had and I'm not gonna say what I made, but it was just an incredible year. And I'm 100% sure that it was because I kind of lost that element of fear. I didn't trade with fear anymore. That doesn't mean I was just going crazy and just not letting stuff run against me and stuff like that. And it just, no, that wasn't the case. I just, I lost that fear. I let winners run longer. I cut my losers. Just it's almost like playing a game versus struggling and working hard at it. So if you can ever tell yourself it's only money, hey, it's only money. Yeah, I think you'll be amazed how much your trading will improve. And that's why like to keep it simple with a few moving averages. I look for volume, I look for support resistance, and I look for trend lines. And that's pretty much all I look at. Amgen, let's take a look at Amgen. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Bullish engulfing and reverse. That's exactly what it was right there. Beautiful setup. And I called out this Merc. And of course they happen so fast in the morning sometimes, but on this day right here was just beautiful. It had earnings, and look at, filled the gap perfectly right here. Put in what you call a setup bar. This was on my pullback scan. So if any of you guys were looking at my homework, you would have seen this. But then the next day, the market opens and too busy looking at all my positions. That's the problem. I just need to quit looking at my positions and look for opportunity, because this had a monster move. Look at that. I mean, you do the buy the bar reversal. That's all you're doing. How many days in a row? After good earnings, you had one, two, three, four, five, 6 days in a row, and then you had a bar reversal. That's the kind of stuff you look for, man. And that is so much opportunity. And I was so mad I missed it. By the time I looked at it, it was already up to like 130. I'm having issues with taking large size, good size. Would take very small size. Well, let me ask you, Shaw, are you successful when you take small size? Are you seeing uh, winning trades? Ah, shoot, Gurn, I gotta cut it. Gonna have to cut you, Gurn. Because here's the thing. I mean, if obviously if you're taking small size and you're still not making money, then you definitely don't want to increase your size, right? You want to get your trading down with small size. That's what's beautiful about learning to trade. You can do it with a small size and kind of protect your capital. Uh, but what I would say, Shaw, if you are making money with small size and you're seeing a lot of good trades and you're very and you- and because it's small size, sometimes people let them running a little more against them than they shouldn't. You still have to define your stop, and even though it's small size, okay, good. So if you're making money, then what I would do is just increase it slowly. So let's say you're playing 100 shares right now, and you find yourself, winning. Well, it's not so much your win loss ratio. It's I guess it's uh, your average profits versus your average loss. That's huge too. You want to make sure that's good. Your equity curve is up, so that tells me you're doing something right. Okay, you're letting your winners run. You're cutting your losers quick. And what I would do in a case like that is just increase slowly. So if you're trading 100 and you're doing well, just go up to 200 or even 150. You can creep up very slowly, and then you can. Yeah, I'm gonna go sell this Gurn. Hold on, real quick. I'm not liking the way that's doing. Just take my paper cut and move on when they don't do what I think they're supposed to do. Put a stop in anyway. And that's a lot of times what I'll do is if they're at an area where is kind of my stop area, that's why I use price alerts a lot of times. I'll pull it up, and a lot of times I just won't hit it, just won't emotionally get out. I'll put the stop maybe 2 or 3 cents lower and then just move on in my swing trades. Now, if it's a day trade and I got size, maybe that's different. But something like this, I'll just put a stop in. But yeah, Shaw, I hope that makes sense. Uh, just slowly move up. And what you can do, what you find yourself doing too, is when you do increase your size, then you can, if it goes in your directions, okay, and you mentioned because of fear, you're afraid to take size. What you can do is there's an index alert going off. I'm not sure why that index alert is going off. Let's pull up real quick and see. No, let's see that thing. There's a bunch of logs right now. This is why I hate playing earnings. Just a mess for basically 3 hours, and then it rolls over. Uh, but yeah, so let's say you move up to 200 shares, okay, and then you're getting the same success. In other words, your equity curve is still trending up, but what you can learn to do because it's more size is take half off, even pretty quick. Once you get to move in your directions and you get some nice little gains, go ahead and bang out of a half, and then you're going to find yourself uh, being able to hold on to those, those that size a little bit longer. That's kind of like what I've been doing in the China internets. First of all, I caught these things really close to the bottom, And so now I've had a core position in Baba, Baidu, PDD, and NetEase now for probably about a month. So uh, and it's because I take take some profits, take some off. There you go, Shaw. All right, let me ask you something, Shaw. Are you a day trader or a swing trader, or both? No, this Baidu starting to piss me off. Selling off this much over a company tiff. But I still got a good decent price in this, so I'm not gonna sweat it. See how it closes. If you're a day trader is, more difficult for sure. Okay. 10 SMA and VWAP. Yeah, there you go. I would just creep up slowly. No need to rush it, because if you try to jump from, let's say, 100 shares to 500 shares, you're going to experience, that fear. Okay. Yeah, I was that way for basically 15 years, 15 or 16 years. Just, yeah, I was pretty much like Barry, all day trading. I mean, I had like a 401k that I'd swing trade in, but as far as my account. Oh, good, good, Shaw. I'm glad you're doing. I'm surprised. As a matter of fact, Trade the Pool, they're going to be opening up a swing trading at the end of this month. That I actually may jump on board and do some swing trading in there. But yeah, Trade the Pool, guys. If you guys are out there and you are trading with a lot of fear because you don't have a lot of money and you're trying to day trade, you really need to look into Trade the Pool. I mean, I mean, they put up all the equity for you. Okay, all you gotta do is trade. I mean, you put up a fee. Uh, it's like educational training fee. You got to put up a fee, but you're not putting up any risk capital. They put up all the risk capital. It's called trade the pool. I'll show you. And they have different tiers that you can join if I can find them. There you go. So you can put up your one-time fee if you want to start, and if you're, like I said, if you're new to trading and you want to go in with very little money, it's only $97, and that gives you buying power of $20,000. Uh, you have a profit target and you have a max loss. At these levels, the payout is 50-50 split, but there's a way for you to kind of build yourself up to these extra buying powers, and you'll have to read up on the details. I'm not sure how that works. Or if you want to come in and pay a $300 one-time fee, you can get 80,000 worth of buying power. That's probably what I would do if I was doing it. Or you can pay 475 and get buying power of 160. And you can, it's like Shaw was mentioning, you can, if you don't fulfill in the first, let's say you do this one and you don't make $1,800 in 45 days. That doesn't mean that you can't come back and do it again. Okay. But if you do reach that level, you don't have to pay anymore. And I think you may move on to the next once you graduate from this level. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shaw, but I think you get to move up to the super buying power if you pass this level. Okay. So Shaw, let's see, you saved like a, yeah. I've traded a couple of, I wouldn't call it a prop. I mean, basically just people that gave me money. I traded a hedge fund for a while, but so I wouldn't really trading prop, but different brokers have backed me and things like that, but over the years. But day trade, I'm not young anymore, man. Day trading wears on you after after about 15 years. It's like, man, I want to move on to swing trading. Yes. Shaw is right. You need to pass evaluation. Now, when you pass that evaluation, do you move on to the next tier, Shaw? Okay, so you can have as many accounts you want, huh? I do. That's a nice level right there. You're gonna have to hold. I've been in you for a long time, and I don't want to cut you. So you are gonna have to hold that level. Okay. So you can move on to the next one. Hmm. So you can oh, you move on to the so when you move so if you pass the evaluation and you want to move on to the next one, you still have to pay that fee then, right? So you're saying you pay that fee, but you can still keep trading in the current one. This little $62, I mean 62-cent bouncing. What tool can you use to see who's gone way up in pre-market? Well, you can go to the pre-market channel. See my screen right there? Just go to the pre-market, Peter. We have a top list in there that is sorted by change from close, so you can see all the stocks that are gapping up in pre-market. So that's a lot of people use that pre-market channel, obviously before the market opens up. No worry, Peter. Yeah, I figured you'd probably seen it before. You've been using it for a while. All right, let's take a look around, see if we see anything interesting. Hmm, that doesn't look bad. Take a look at the daily and see where it might. No resistance until 2113. That's your next high. Does it want to fulfill its destiny? I have to say, in most cases, it does, but I don't know if it's something. I want to risk on a Friday afternoon. It may fulfill its destiny in 2 or 3 days. That's the problem. Is not do it today. It's pretty good support right down here. I may nibble in my wife's account. Let's see, what's that low? 107.90. Just a little bit. Was this FLUT? FLUT was mentioned on spread is about $3. Yeah, that's $3 is a little too much for me. Can throw a price alert down here at these moving averages. See what happens if it gets there. Gurn trying to fight back for me. That's why I don't just punch out. Do I hear a Barry whisper?
Yes, you do.
What you eyeballing over there, Barry? Anything interesting?
This wasn't really, well, it wasn't really today, but did I talk to you about RNAS last week? I know I talked to somebody, RNAZ or
I saw. Didn't you
RNAZ.
mention that this morning in our
I,
Slack?
I, I did mention it this morning, but I thought I actually talked to somebody, either yourself, maybe Steve, maybe even Chris. Don't think
Okay.
Michael last week. No. So this actually, I cannot take credit for it, but one of the, we had a really good poster in our room,
Huh.
Shady. And he started talking about it well, actually, it was this week, or was it? Just give me a moment. I want to see the price. Yeah, it might have been. I guess it was this week. Started poking around at 102. Okay,
Okay. Yeah, I see
and
that.
I didn't act until about the high 120s. I took it actually yesterday, and look at the weekly chart. Now it is
Mm.
pulled back a lot now. I mean, I'm not in it anymore. Enough is enough for me. But look at the weekly chart on RNAZ.
Oh, wow. Nice
Oh,
volume
wow.
bar.
Yeah. And look at the volume this week, even last week when it started. But look at the volume this week. But look at, as I always say, look at the room potentially.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought, you know what, this guy, I don't often swing trade. So this was the most minor of swing trades,
Yeah.
took it yesterday. I'm out today. But
Of
still,
course.
for
Yeah.
me, that's like a
Yeah.
year for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That, no,
So
that definitely has potential if it can, get above, today's high,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. If it can
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of come back. So, Andy, I was listening to you talking about trade the pool and all. Now,
Mhm.
doesn't trade the pool have certain restrictions on price ranges? Like, yeah, it has to be a minimum of $20 or something like that. Or am I wrong?
I don't know if for the day trading now. I know they're gonna have rules like that for swing trading because they don't want
Oh,
you. Yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say for
I
day
doubt they
trading.
have it for day trading, yeah,
Okay.
because day trading is a lot easy to, manage risks than it is, for swing trading, believe it or not,
Yes.
because overnights, right? Uh, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly what their, restrictions are for day trading, but I can't imagine there'd be too many because, guy needs to trade what he wants to trade, you know?
Right. Maybe they make a restriction. Maybe no pinks and maybe under $1. Maybe. But
Yeah,
other than
maybe
that,
so.
yeah.
But,
Interesting. So
yeah,
I'm not going to do it. I just don't have the concentration all day long to even
right,
think
right.
about something like that. But so the idea then is that you give them, that you mentioned $300. You'll get $80,000 buying power. Is that
Mhm.
correct for
Yep,
300?
yep.
And so if I go and what do you have to make after say a month? I mean,
Well,
what type of
here
profit
it
do
is
you have
right
to
here
be?
on if you look at my screen, okay,
Oh,
the
okay.
profit target, if you go with the super buying power, and your profit target is, $4,200 in 45 days.
Oh, in 45 days. Okay. So
Right,
let's say a month and a half. Okay.
right,
So
right.
a month and a half, you've got to make $4,200. And if you do make $4,200, you get 21. Because it's a 50-50, right? You,
Yes.
you you split it.
No, no,
So
well, no,
they
no, on this level, it's 60/40, you get 60.
oh 60-40. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and this one
Okay.
right here, I would probably go now that I think about it, would go with this one because this payout split is 70/30.
70-30. Okay.
Right, right.
You
But
have a higher profit target,
you do, you
but
do.
on the other hand, you've got higher buying power. Yeah,
Exactly.
of course, double the buying power.
Mhm.
Interesting. So, have you ever done this?
No, no, I just don't have time to day trade, but
Yeah.
I guarantee you, man, if they had something like this back when I was trading, I'd be all over it,
Hmm.
uh instead of risking my own capital.
Right.
But,
Now, when it says daily loss allowance, okay, so say in that top tier, 475, so say $1,300. So what does that mean? Do they take away some of your buying power then for the following day? What happens if you lose $1,300?
where is 1,300? Oh, down here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I doubt they do. I think they just, you just have to stop that day and resume the next day. Now,
So
uh,
how many
that's
days are you going to be allowed to lose
well,
their
no,
money?
here's your max loss is 3,900. Once you lose
Ah,
3,900, you're
right,
done.
right, right.
And
Oh, I see. Okay.
you'd have to come back in and belly up
Gotcha,
another
gotcha.
475, right.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Well,
Yeah,
it's an interesting concept,
it
certainly.
is. It is. And I'm telling you, they got a lot of money behind them.
Hmm.
So that's not a capital is not an issue. Uh,
Hmm.
so, and I know people probably think, oh gosh, something outside our country. It's over in Israel. It's like, but all you're paying is a fee. It's not your money, so there's no reason to
Right.
be afraid.
I mean, yeah. I mean, even if it was the ultimate scam,
Yeah.
which it isn't,
No.
you're out 475 or 300 or
Exactly.
97. So
Exactly.
it's not, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not, yeah,
Now,
interesting. I
honestly,
did.
if you're new to trading, I would definitely do the 97, right? Because then, you trade small size, you get a good feel. You only have to make 1,800, so you kind of just go slow at it, build up. Once you get comfortable, then maybe you can jump up to the 475 level.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I'm going to do it, Shaw. I'm not going to do it. I'm just thanks for that though. The consistency rule at FAQ or in the FAQs. I'm not going to do it. I'm just kind of intrigued.
Yeah.
I've never really seen this table before. So
Hmm.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah. You're right though. If I weren't doing what I'm doing, yeah, I'd feel pretty comfortable signing up with them.
Right. It in Raz, I'm not sure. Maybe Shaw can help us out with that trading booster. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Uh, well, let's just click on the little.
Trading booster free. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh,
Ah, you get
like
free.
trade
Yeah,
ideas.
yeah, yeah. That's right.
That's probably
Your
what.
trading booster is.
Well, you get access to some of the top trading
Yeah,
programs or something. So
exactly.
well, like, that must be trade ideas,
So you
right?
get free trade ideas.
Yeah. Can't be free.
Well, no, they pay
Can it
us.
be?
They pay for it.
No. Well, so it is free. So you could pay 97. So wait a minute. You could pay
No, it's
$97.
optional for the 97, I believe. I'm
Oh,
not sure
okay.
what optional means. Uh, you'd have to talk to them what optional means on the
Right.
trading booster there. I know if you pay this amount, it's free. Obviously, this amount's going to be free as well. Uh,
So so that's not bad though. I mean, getting trade ideas for free as long and you're getting them. They're putting up the money. So as long as you're reasonably successful, it's not a bad deal.
Not a bad deal at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think somebody starting out trading, I don't think that is the way to go, though. I mean, I may be wrong because I mean, you don't know what you're doing. I'm talking with somebody brand new, like
Right.
brand spanking new.
Exactly.
I mean, it looks like how would you start? Oh, I think I'll take this.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't know what to do.
No. No.
But if you have any sort of trading background, yeah, that looks really interesting.
Standard.
My,
They only pay for the standard trader 77.
Yeah, I
Uh,
was going to say, yeah, probably only the
yeah.
standard as opposed to premium, but standard is, we've got an awesome standard program.
We do.
Well, awesome. I mean,
Yep.
yeah. Okay. Well, listen, Andy. Wow, 12:59. So I yacked for 8 minutes. You can
It's
go.
okay.
You can
All
have a
right,
great
buddy.
weekend now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do the same.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks.
buddy. Everybody have a good weekend. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I am now back in both rooms. I'm just stalling here as I get my music going again. And I'll get rid of the announcement. All right, guys. So I see that K, what was it? K something or other. Oh, I see Shaw. So I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. So how do they determine your experience? What you like? How when you say you need experience to pass the program, like how do they determine what your experience is? We had a discussion about trade the pool in our YouTube room. Which has a tie-in with trade ideas. What was that one that started trading? Started with a K. Let me find it. The ZK, it started with the Z, ended in K. So ZK. So it started trading. Thank you, William. So yeah, so it's not. Oh, wait a minute now. Okay, $21 a share. So this is pretty successful right now. Okay, 441 million they're raising. Okay, $21 a share. So this is so far pretty successful. Okay, and it's well above that 21. So this is what I'm going to do. As crazy as it sounds, I'm going to put a price alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later on. because they're obviously, I mean, it's pulled back, but there's obviously some enthusiasm for this. Oh, so Shaw, I see what you meant. When you say you need experience to pass, you're talking about internal. You need experience. It's not that they put you through some kind of a test. Okay. Well, I am glad that I backed off. You see that blue line there? That was my price alert was at 1088, 1088, and it never got there after, it got there on that 930 candle, but it did not get there. And yeah, well, William, you are right again about Novavax. Say every single pop has been a fade at some point during the day. You're right until you're not, until the time it isn't. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying, Shaw. I mean, I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Yeah, without any trading experience, you're just giving them that money. Now, granted, they're going to cap how much you lose, so they'd be in a net loss, but still. Anyone know why pod? Because it's the market. But let's just see. Okay, pod is so low with good Q4 earnings. Now, a lot of things could be. I obviously I did not read about pod at all. So this was an earnings play yesterday. So they released after hours. It depends. Maybe they've guided poorly. Maybe they've said, it's all about guidance. And I did not obviously read anything about it. I mean, at the very beginning, man, I got up to 193, 169 now. But I don't know what, I didn't read their. Yeah, you'll drive yourself crazy, who asked that question? Daniel, you'll drive yourself crazy though, trying to figure out, well, why, when I read that press release, it looks so darn good, and why is it selling off? And so not only did it sell off, but now it's negative. I know you'll drive yourself crazy. That's why, you can get really seduced by the news, and you think, wow, this news is so good, and it's got to work. And I used to do it. Everybody used to do that. I guarantee when they started out trading, they might look at the news. If they knew how to read an earnings report, I don't know how to read an earnings report. I mean, I can read the headlines, but I'm not a financial analyst at all. But it wouldn't matter to me even if I could. Okay, it wouldn't say, oh, okay, well, this has to do this. Nope. Guys, our AI had an excellent day today. I'm just looking at some of the shorts. So there's Arlo, 1332, 1212. That's a 9%. Iova, 1186, 1080. That's almost a 9%. And then they went long. Holly went long 1704 on the ITIS. And you got to remember some of these were a lot higher. Yeah, I mean, look at where the AI got into this one at 1704 on that candle here. It took a while. See, this is why I don't know how many times I will say this. I think people get really hung up on, wow, I missed it, or they have no patience, because look what happened with the ITIS. I mean, it took from the time we got the alert, which was at 9:40. This was the candle. So an hour and 20 minutes later, okay, is when it really started to rip. And you remember at one point this was up to 1875 from the 1704. So yes, it's up 5% now at the current price, but boy, it was a lot higher. I mean, if that, you had to take some profit. Okay, in our YouTube room, can you tell me where I can learn about positive market pulse versus negative market pulse compare count window? It seems to be different from my new high versus new lows. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you. Where did you see that from somebody else, Zero? Like one of the other traders with positive market pulse versus negative market pulse? I mean, I do have a compare count window. I don't use it anymore. I haven't used it for months, but which is the new high versus new lows with other filters. Oh, you see it in, okay, well, you can't. Okay. Really? You see that in the AI strategies window? Where is that? You mean it's a strategy? Let me just see if I can see what you're saying. So where are you seeing that? I don't see where you're seeing that in the AI. These are the AI strategies for today, but where do you see that in the AI strategies window? Now, the other thing is you cannot see if it's an AI strategy, if that's what it is, you can't see the filters or anything, okay? If it's proprietary, but I don't know where you're seeing that. But the compare count is not really an AI strategy. Not that I'm aware of anyway. At any rate, if it is literally an AI strategy, which I've never seen that one before, you cannot see it. In other words, for instance, here's a strategy called breakdown short. You can't, we don't give that out. I mean, you hear the alerts from it, but you will never see the filters or anything, and like what actually is the strategy itself. The reason, and it's because it's proprietary. We're not going to give that out. Otherwise, why would people buy our premium service if we're just going to hand out the strategy? So I don't know what that strategy is. I don't think it's an AI. When you say you see it in the AI strategies window, is this in Brokerage Plus or is it somewhere else that I'm not looking? I'm talking to Zero in our YouTube room. Holly AI generated trade signals screen. Is this in our, is this in the, Oh, I see. Here it is. Oh, I see. You're talking this thing right here. Um, it's really not a, yeah, I mean, I don't think this is really an AI alert at all. Okay. It just is market pulse. I don't have a problem giving it to you. I don't think I have anyway. I mean, it's nothing, it's no big deal. New highs, pre-market highs, post-market highs, price between 1 and 1,000, 1.5 times normal current volume. And here the volume is 500,000. That's it. Versus new lows, pre-market lows, post-market lows. All this would be the same. I mean, it's nothing fancy. Okay. It's really nothing fancy. It's just yeah, it's just a normal compare count window. That's all it is. Oops. Yeah, it's just a normal compare count window. It's nothing to do with AI really. I don't know why it's there, to be honest. Maybe it's just trying to give you a heads up on direction of the market, perhaps. But here's your configure, like I did. You've already got one. I'm not sure you'd have to even change it, but I mean, it's nothing fancy, believe me. Hardly any filters. And then again, compared to the new low, pre-market low, post-market low, and everything else, of course, would be the same. Okay, so it's nothing fancy. All right, give me a moment. I might be able to help you, Stephen. Just give me a moment, okay? Phone is ringing. Okay, Stephen, I can give you a custom formula. Have you ever done a custom formula before? So the question is, how would I find stocks that have momentum and a gap to fill above? Now, momentum. I mean, yeah, this would be like you could start off with like a scan like this, the momentum scan. But have you ever created a custom formula before? Okay, well, let's give me a moment, okay? Okay, first of all, I want to show you in the guide, all right? Because the guide, at least you're going to have a reference. Oh, you do know where to put one. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, excuse me, that's a great start. Okay, that's a great start. I'll give you the formula. Okay. So if you know where to put them, fantastic. So let me just give you the formula then that you use. Just got to find it. Okay, so you say you know where to put it. So you know to put that in the source box, okay? So without getting overly complicated on it, okay, this will also show you stocks that have a gap below or above. And so you're going to create the custom formula. There will be a min and a max once you create it, just like anything else. You might want to call it distance to next high, something like that, or you might want to call it something like that. If you only care about filling gaps above. So when you create it, just give it a name, call it distance, to next high. And then you'll have a min and a max box, just like any other filter. Then it'll be up to you. Okay. How far above is the next high? And so if you want to put $1, $2, $3, 50 cents, I suppose it depends on the price range you're looking at. And you would use a momentum scan like the one I've got here. Okay. And it would only trigger, then you'd only get triggers if, let's just say for argument's sake, you put $1 in the min, you'd only get a trigger. So GMGI would only trigger, and it has to meet all these filter requirements. And then it would be having to look left on a daily chart. And it would have to have, in this particular case, the next high would have to be 611. Okay, because the price is 511 right now. The next high looking left would have to be 611 if you use $1 as your minimum gap. Does all that make sense? Otherwise, you will not get very many alerts, obviously, because depends on what sort of gap you're looking for. Does that make sense? Well, no, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, it's totally up to you. I mean, if you want to just zero in on the ones that have a gap, I mean, that's you won't get very many, but maybe, you can have a momentum scan and that one, because maybe you want to see these anyway. Okay. But maybe you have that one, do sort of duplicate this and add that filter and just see how many you get. It's not a matter of there's no better or best or not good. It all depends on how many alerts you're going to get. I wonder if I have one. I don't think I have one. I used to. Yeah, I do actually have one. Distance to next high and low. I'll load it. I haven't used this for a long, long, long time. Yeah. Okay. So here you go. So what is my minimum here? Hey, I might even bring it back. What's my minimum here? Value is at least 2. Okay. So that means it works on the downside and the upside. That's why I have the ABS there. It's sort of an absolute difference between the current price and the next low or next high. So if I look at AMRK, that's why I'm getting an alert here. And other filters have to be met. All these are having to be met. And this is personal, of course. Now, would have got this alert probably up here, earlier. Would have got the alert probably here, okay? Because obviously actually, you could have got the alert 40 in this particular case. It's possible right at the very top, but I would never have done it. But you understand what it's doing now. I'm talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. So Curtis, the problem is there's a custom formula in here, okay? This is the custom formula. So do you know how to create a custom formula? I'd not create it, but do you know where to put it? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so create your custom formula or create your start off and then, get to that source box, pop that in, and that's the formula to use in the source box. And then you can, so let's take a look at docs as an example. Okay, docs, Yeah, you can see how it works. So I get the alert for docs. The next high looking left is more than $2 away. And of course, this is just, whatever you want to do. When you create your custom formula, you'll have a min and a max, and you can put whatever you want. I happen to put 2 in here, but if you want to put, depends on what you're used to trading. For instance, if you were used to trading stocks between $1 and $10, you might want to put 50 cents as an example to the next high or low. But, that'll of course be up to you. Okay, William just says he'll keep the room open till about 3:30 today. Okay, so I'll take off at around 3. What time is it now? 1:23. So I have about an hour and a half left. I'll monitor this for a while to see what sort of alerts we get. Yeah, so not really that many filters, okay? I mean, just between $1 and $100. Minimum volume is 300,000 shares. Has to be up 2% or down 2% from yesterday's close. Again, this is this hack that I use that will prevent me from seeing ETFs, the earnings EPS, the EPS filter, so I won't see ETFs. Now, and then this is the custom formula. And I cannot, you can't ask me for the scan because the custom formula doesn't copy. I thought they were going to allow that at some point, but or am I wrong, Pepe? I thought maybe, if you had a U28, it would overwrite it. If you, like, it was U28 is just a number of custom formulas. That was, where it was created. You can have 100 of them. Tell you what, why don't I do this just for fun? Because most of you don't have custom formulas, okay? So if maybe somebody could load it and just see if they get the custom. I don't think you're going to get the custom formula, but because custom formulas are unique to each person's account. If somebody had a U28, yes, but what if somebody's never done one? They've never had a custom formula before. They've never done one. So there'd be nothing to overwrite. So would this, well, could somebody, you can't, Pepe, because I'm sure you've done custom formulas before, but no, Curtis, what I'd like somebody to do, you have a U28 already, right? Oh, it's unused. Oh, okay. Okay, so JM, when you right click and click on configure and then click on summary, Do you have maybe U0 or something like that? Do you have anything that looks like this, starting with a U? When you right click and so again, let me do it again. When you right click on it, you'll get alerts. You will get alerts, but you may not get the alerts that you want. So if you right click, configure, and do you have anything that starts with U? Yeah. So yeah, you'll get alerts, but all that's happening is that these values are being you're getting alerts because it's meeting these values. You don't have this one. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't copy. Now look at Shopify. Here's Shopify. This is what it's trying to do. So look at Shopify. So can't even see where the next low is on the daily chart here. I'd have to expand it, but I do know that it's at least $2 away. On the weekly chart, look at it way down here. I may resurrect this just because it's all about how much room does a stock have to keep moving. One moment, please. Okay, guys, listen, I'll be back in about, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. What time is it now? 1:31, say about 1:35, okay? All right, guys, I'm actually back right now. The settings of the alert copy. Just give me a moment, Will. Okay. The settings of the alert copy, but the custom formula. Well, I'm not understanding, Pepe. How do they add U28 though? You mean if they create their own U28 and then it'll overwrite it? Is that what you mean? Okay. But I guess if they know how to create, if they've been able to create a filter that says U28 already, they'd probably just as easy to create one from scratch. I see what you mean. They can take mine and then okay. Why doesn't the price action move on the chart before and after hours? Okay, Will, I'll tell you exactly why. So you're talking about intraday, okay? Like 15, you're talking about intraday charts, not the daily chart. So very simple, very simple. You're going to go, oh, that was simple. But if you don't know, you don't know. But this is for everybody else too. So if you right click on a chart and go to time frame, go to properties. See, even I don't know. Go to properties and see where it says show pre-market, show a post-market, check them both. Check them both, and then you're good. Okay, so again, go to right click on your intraday chart, down to properties, check show pre-market, check show post-market. Okay, yeah, well, no, that, yeah, for sure that'll work. Same thing with the single stock window. I think. Used to, anyway, that's, yeah, that's the easy way to do it. And again, don't forget to save your work. Okay, save your work, even a change like that. So remember, I think yesterday you were asking about creating a chart, a default chart, or something like that. So if you do that on your chart, then don't forget to save it as maybe your default chart, so that every chart now will have that. Our NAS, guys, our NAS now looks like it's trying. Now there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So it's trying to get above that. All right, LiDAR through the VWAP. Let's take a look at LIDR through the VWAP and also through that 10 SMA. Okay. Question in our YouTube room, do I ever use the dollar volume filter, and why would I use it if I did? I don't use it. And also that's an average, okay? It requires a custom formula that takes the total volume today and the VWAP, multiply that together, and that gives you a much better approximation of what it's doing today. I don't care because I have all my other filters like relative volume and minimum volume and things like that. So I don't really care about dollar volume. But we have it there. I guess there are people but understand that that's an average. Okay. So if you said, well, I only want to see stocks that have an average dollar volume of, $2 million a day, whatever number that is, that's fine. The problem is what if one stock that hardly trades all of a sudden is exploding today? Okay. And so you wouldn't see that one, if that makes sense. It's the same reason why I never, as an intraday trader, I never use what the average over 5 days is, 10 days, volume wise, 30 days. Again, for exactly the same reason. Some stock, like for instance, look at our NAS. Well, look at this one, 112 million. So what did it do yesterday? I did 2.4, but what if you had, I don't know, some filter that said, you know what, I have to see stocks that have an average of 5 million shares a day over the last 5 days. So as an example, you would never see this one. Because remember, it's not looking at today, it's looking at what the average was before. And so now, this one, you'd never see it. So as an intraday trader, I never, again, this is what I'm talking about, okay? The volume. So this is, the average 5 day, 10 day, 3 month. I never use them. Now, somebody who's maybe more of a swing trader, maybe they would use this. I don't know. Or they're only looking at, they only want to see stocks that trade a lot every single day. They don't care about, they don't care about missing the one that's exploding today. But if you're a day trader, intraday trader, I would never use these. All right, guys, Reddit is starting to give it up somewhat. Take a look at Reddit, RDDT. This is starting to give it up. I mean, it broke down through that 10 SMA. Should have seen it a little earlier, 53.77. So it is starting to give it up. It had a great run, really. A little bit choppy, topping tails and bottoming tails, but certainly the trend was up all the way up to about 55. And then since then, and look at what 55 is. 55.16. What is it right here? 54.75. So not quite to that high. That day is the day it had earnings. It did. It didn't show up here though, did it? So that, I said probably 90% of the time an IPO will show up as a resume. It's not 100%. So I have a price alert, 29.37. That's the high of today, the high of today. And I want to see if it takes it out. We might not do it today, but maybe next week. This has been so far a pretty successful IPO because it was priced at 21 and it's sitting at 27 now. Oh, no, Tim, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, don't pin your windows. Do not pin your windows. Now you've got a little work on your hands, okay? So, Cafe au lait, what would I use? What do you mean, what would I use? I just use minimum daily volume, if that's what you're talking. Oh, you fix them. So when you say fix, so then you must have taken your window, and then when you moved it, you saw another version underneath. That's how you knew it was pinned, right? I'm not even going to tell you pinning. I wish I would just get rid of. Okay, completely. It gets people into trouble. So I'm not even going to tell you why you would pin a window. Okay, because it gets people into trouble. Just exactly what happened to you. So now what you can do, the problem is, okay, I don't know how. So now you've just got the one version of every scan or top list window or chart in your layout, just the one version for sure. Nothing is hidden underneath. Okay. So now I don't know if you've done this, but now you better right click and unpin. Okay, you unpin them all. Okay. Now save your layout. Okay? Save your layout. File. Save or share to cloud. You probably want entire layout, give it a name, and save it into your cloud. I got into a lot of trouble years ago because, well, a lot of trouble. What was happening is I did have Windows pinned, okay, and I knew how to use it, and I never got into trouble. But what would happen is somebody would ask me for for a scan. So, for instance, they might say, and this is before I had a homepage that I could direct people to. So they may say, Barry, can I have your Momo scan? And I go, sure. I right click, forgetting. Well, I knew it was pinned, but I didn't really think about it. And so then I'm handing out handing out something that is pinned. And so then what would happen is our support people were getting all sorts of emails from people saying, why is my system slowing down? And eventually they could find out that, well, this Momo scan might have had 10 underneath it, okay, or 20 or 30. It all depends how many times I loaded the layout. And so they gave me a severe reprimanding. It said, well, yes, okay. I mean, Tim, this is just between you and me, okay? This is just you and me. I have pinned this one. Okay, I have pinned this. Okay, why? Because because if I load another layout, okay, this layout again, for some reason, then what's going to happen is, or actually, if I load my layout that I use for the pre-market, I want to see these. I still want to see these. So what will happen is there'll be another series of charts that will load over this, and I just exit out, so I can see this one all the time, because these are the ones that I'm watching. So it's next week, I want to see these. I do want to see these, and then in the morning I'll make up my mind if I want to change any of them. So I don't want to confuse anybody, but that's the only reason that I have got anything pinned. So yeah, you're kind of right. If I wanted to load another layout, but I wanted to see these charts. Yes. That's the only, now I don't have to. What I could do is unpin it. And because I've got this saved, I could just load it. Okay. I've got this saved as as a docked window. So in theory, I could just unpin it. And then because what I do is, and again, this is just between you and me, Tim. Okay. Nobody else should be listening. So when I click on Windows, this is what I do. I say close all unpinned. Everything would disappear except for this. Now, but I could just say close everything, load, load whatever layout I want, and then just bring this back because I've saved it. I have saved this as a docked window. But for me, it's just easier to pin it. And then I know that when another 8 charts load on top of this, I just close that out. Not this one, but I close the one that overlays it out. But I know what I'm doing. Well, I'll tell you what, the other reason when in the old days, okay, boy, we've got to go back a few years though. This was the reason for pinning, because in the old days when you click on new and then your channel bar, okay, we didn't have something called the dock channel bar. And so you could click, I'm not going to do it, okay, because I don't have, nothing is pinned except for that. If I click on, if in the old days, when I would click on one of these channels, if I wanted to sort of do some channel surfing, my layout would disappear. Now, I don't mean it would, it wouldn't disappear forever because of course I would have saved it to the cloud and all. But if I pin the windows, then it doesn't disappear, if that makes sense. So that was a way in which you could keep your layout without it shutting down when you went to the old channel bar. Okay? That was a way. But since we came up with this, the new dock channel bar, when you load a layout here, it doesn't destroy your layout that you've got. Destroy, meaning it doesn't make your layout disappear. Okay? So that's that is how pinning was used a long time ago. So you could go to the channels and your layout would not disappear. But it got people into a lot of trouble, not realizing that they were overlaying, because it was a perfect overlay. You wouldn't know there. It wasn't like you could just sort of see a little sneak of the one underneath there. I mean, it was perfectly overlaid, so you'd never know. You could have had 20 of these underneath. Hi, Girl Trader. Is there a way to view the sector heat map from the cell phone web view? Well, let's take a look because so what I want to do is I want to go into our web base version. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, now you're looking for the sector heat map. Now guys, my computer, now that I'm in, I've logged I've got two versions of Trade Ideas running, so I know it's going to sound very noisy now. Okay. So now, do we have the sector heat map here? That's the question. Sector scope 360. So these are some sectors. I mean, you can see this on a cell phone. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea. I mean, I don't know how big it'll be, but you can have this on your cell phone. Okay, so this is it. It's not customizable. I don't think it is. Well, change from the close, change from the open. So these are, yeah. Okay. Now, I don't know what you have to do to log into the website. You probably have to log in. I mean, I don't use this obviously because I mean, I want to customize all my scans, but this is good, for people who don't want to customize anything. We're just going to hand these to you. Well, you should be able to. I mean, that was the whole idea of creating this on the web, like on our website. So you could, in theory, look at something on a phone. I mean, it's going to be pretty small. Okay, well, I cannot speak for TradingView, of course, Cafe au lait, but sometimes the 10-day daily range doesn't match when I draw perpendicular lines on the daily chart. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. So here's 10. So here is, 10, obviously 10 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so what are you talking about exactly when you draw perpendicular lines on the chart? First of all, how are you drawing perpendicular lines on the chart? You mean horizontal lines or? Oh, good. Great. Glad to hear that, girl trader. Excellent. So I really don't know what you mean, Cafe au lait, in our main room. I don't know what you mean. The count of the days, okay? Now, the 10-day daily breakout looks at the previous 10 days, not counting the current day. That's okay, Shady. You're given one goof up. And maybe weekends, yeah. Well, that shouldn't matter. But for instance, so, here is a 10-day daily breakout, okay? SRT, this is a 10-day daily breakout. It looks back over the last 10 days and it's above the high. It's above the highest high of the last 10 days. That's how it works. So I cannot tell you, how it compares to TradingView, but that's how ours works. Yeah, that was a SPAC. Okay, yeah, Baba. This started trading. You can tell it was a SPAC that turned into OKLO because it started trading. Like you look at this and you think, oh, it must have been an IPO today. In theory, I suppose you could call it an IPO, but you can see that it was trading in the pre-market. Okay, and no IPO. Typical IPO does not start trading in the pre-market, as you know. So this was a SPAC, and it was I think somebody told me it was, I don't know, ALCC, or anyway, you know what I mean now. And it's Sam Altman's stock. Okay, Mr. Open AI himself. Interesting. This is Altman's acquisition core. Well, its debut has not been great. And I know it's debut. Okay. That shouldn't be, Tiki. It should not be because of the weekend. Should not be counting, like I may be wrong, but oh, I see. It's only the 5-day. Really? That is crazy. I don't think I've ever used the 5-day. Speaking of, well, not speaking of 5-day or 10-day, but look at the market now, guys. Market is starting to put in a little green candle. So the SPY is barely positive. Dow is up. Nas is slightly down. And there is somebody talking. I was just going to say the treasury yeah, I was just going to, you burned my mind there, William. I wanted to see what was coming up. And treasury statement. So at 2 o'clock. So it's right now. I guess Barr's speech, I guess he didn't really say anything too earth shattering, or maybe he did. Market took a bit of a bump on Barr's speech. But this, so what is that? What does that mean? Okay. Never used to pay any attention to any of these things. So the Fed refunding lower than expected. So that sounds like a good thing. Okay. How much debt issued? So that's a good thing, right? More debt, bad. Less debt, good. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. So I've got another probably less than an hour. Let me go over my homepage one last time this week. Now, this promo code, I think it's good till the 13th, which is what? Monday night. Okay. Let's see if it's been updated. I think it's been updated with the Barry 25 instead of the Barry 15. I'll take a look. Yes. Okay. So here we go, guys. So here is the the promo code you can use, Barry25. That will get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask is that whenever you decide to take out a subscription, use my code. Come into the room, use my code. That'll really help to keep this room free because the room gets credit for this subscription. It's that simple. Okay. And I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. If you use my code, it really helps the room. And the getting started, 10 short videos that'll get you started. That's why it's called Getting Started. Download it, your download and install, the first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. Trading 101, series of videos that I think can really be beneficial to people who are brand new to trading or very new to trading. I think there are 38 videos and they're all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week, it is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Look at this. So this is happening to me. I wonder if it's because he went and made a change here. Interesting. So this is what you do. Okay. I'm going to hit the shift key down on my keyboard and hit the click on the refresh. And there it is. So I'm going to have to, so it looks like any change to my homepage now. I have to go through this, but why only the scans? That's a question for the people who look after my homepage. Education section is here. And then here are the scans that I'm sharing right now. Okay. Now, I think the combo scan and also the breakouts and breakdowns, they will settle down quite a bit next week because we're basically only about 20% of how many earnings plays we had this week. We have a couple hundred this next week. We had about 1,200 this week. 1,200 this week. We have about 200, a little over 200 next week. Here's the Halts resumes. So here are all the scans that I am currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up look a lot like this. Okay, the relative strength leaders from the close. Because remember, actives up, that's the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. So that is sort of the same as this. The difference is that here I've got a minimum of 200,000 shares have to be traded. Here it's only 20,000, but usually if a stock is up, a big percentage, it's going to be trading a lot. Yeah, it's a sim. It's in your sim, Will. Just put myself on mute for a second. So I'm probably done for the day in terms of trading, guys. So, this PGNY looks interesting. PGNY does look a little bit interesting. It looks like it's trying to, break out a little bit more. It's been trending up all day. It's an earnings play. It is still down 18%, but it is basically recovered in a big way from the low of the pre-market, which was $20, $20.59. So basically $6 since the low of the pre-market. And of course, this is showing up on the distance of the next higher low. Why? Well, look at that gap, potential gap fill. So what happened to fat? I know it got halted, so it really did not recover at all. Rent, boy, that was a wild one a few weeks ago, wasn't it? Yeah, look at this. Not that long ago. This was a wild one. Went from $5 all the way up to almost 30, 20, $29 in that week, and then back down to earth, but trying again. You ran the numbers on fat negative value in your book? Really? With all, so they must, they're not making money? I mean, they have a lot of revenue, but they're not making money. Is that? Be right back. Wow. So even though they had a lot of revenue, they're not making any money, which, obviously can happen. You see a lot of companies like that. They look. See, this is looking a little more serious. Hmm. Well, here's a scan that I created a long time ago, guys. I'm not using it right now, but it may appeal to others. It's not on my homepage. And this is, I may resurrect it, but let me just see if I can find it first of all. What did I call it? Small gap breakout shared. Okay, so what does it mean? Let me just load it. So what this does, okay, what this does is this. It restricts the gap. Okay, so you're not going to see a stock that, and remember what the gap is. Okay, the gap is the first print of the day. So you're not going to see some stock that, especially that's gone crazy in the pre-market, and compared to where it closed the day before, and now it's up 10%. You won't see that. What you will see. So the excuse me, it'll restrict it to no more than 1% above or 1% below, but now the stock is at least 3% from the open. Okay, so the opening trade had to be less than 1% from yesterday's close. Let's go on the long side. Okay, it has to be less than 1% above yesterday's close. But when you see it, it's going to be at least 3%. Okay, from the open. So it is starting to move. So you will not see stocks that have just gapped up like hugely, but maybe they're beginning. Because the relative volume is 2. Okay, so I mean, it's trading abnormally. I don't know if that's appealing to anybody, but if it is, I can give it to you. And of course, you can make adjustments to the price range or anything else. So you can kind of see what it looks like. Let's take a look at ONL. Pretty ugly. Let's take a look at YPF. So it looks like it closed at 24.44. Yeah. So it opened at 24.59. Okay. Opened at 24.59. That was the first print of the day, and it closed here at 24.44. So a very, very tight open. Now, after that, look what happened. But you would have seen it, probably right around here on the way down. Just give me one moment, Tim. That is on mute. Hopefully I was not on mute for that whole explanation about the blue arrow. Was I? Ha! Okay. Jeez. All right. I'll do it again. So all the blue arrow, it just indicates where the alert happened depending on the time frame. So for instance, if what I was trying to show you is AKAM, okay? 931, there was the price at 930 at $93. So if I click on it, you're going to get a blue arrow, and that's telling you on a 15-minute chart where the alert happened. Okay. If I had a 5-minute chart, this is what I was doing. If I had a 5-minute chart, I guess it's too. Yeah, it just doesn't go back to 930. Okay. If I click on OKLO, I got to go back. Okay, click on FAT. There we go. So on a 5-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. Okay. If I go to my 15-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. Okay. It all depends on the chart you're looking at. That's all it's doing. And direction it's got nothing to do with like, okay, if it's an up arrow, does that mean you go long? No, it's just alerting you as to where the alert happened. Because the question was, what was that on YPF? Why was there a candle? Or why was there an arrow? That's just because if I click on GMGI, wow. This is the last, again, there's that little blue arrow. This is pretty amazing, guys. I mean, this is the last time we've had anything in the momentum scan at 1134. I mean, this is a pretty active scan. Well, it would help if I thought this was at the top, but it wasn't. But even so, it's not very active. So again, I look at lift, LFT, click on it. There on the 15-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. So what I was going to say is, for instance, if you click on, well, I'm not going to say, I did say, but I was muted. So I was talking about the don't repeat and why I like the don't repeat, because if I click on MGNX right now at 9:54, we had an alert at 4:10. Remember, this is to short. So if I click on it, it tells me here's the candle. That's the candle in which the alert happened on a 15-minute chart. Now you can go back in time and you say, okay, what happened from that alert? And remember, this is a short opportunity, and you say, wow, pretty good. Okay. Remember, these are not strategies, they're ideas. And so now, if this scan that I put together and I kept clicking on all these, and not just today, but it would have to be over time, and every time I clicked on it and it never went in the direction, say because I'm looking to go short on something, and they always, didn't do anything, I'd probably change the scan. Okay, because why do I waste my time if I'm wanting to short something and it never seemed to act out as a short? But one day does not. I mean, I could click on all these and maybe they're all terrible, but one day, of course, does not mean you throw away a scan. So YPF was the same. Okay, I mean, I don't have YPF up anymore. Okay, YPF came from that other one, and I just got rid of it. YPF came from the small gap or something. But it's the principle I'm trying to tell you, Tim. It's the principle. Doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter what I click on. It's the principle of when you click on an alert, doesn't matter what time, you're going to see, okay, there's the arrow. That's the candle in which the alert happened on a 15-minute chart. So the fact that I had clicked on YPF, it's irrelevant. It's just this is the idea, though. Now, the only difference it can is you will get a down arrow if it happens to be an AI alert, because the AI will actually tell you the direction. So, there's the AI alert, and pretty awesome. That was for Arlo. For Iova, same thing. There's the alert on that candle, at 1186. Really nice. But that's the only time that that arrow, that blue arrow, will have a direction. If it happens to be an AI alert, and it happens to be down. I don't know about a bounce play for NVAX. It seems to have lost complete steam. I mean, okay. I mean, look at the volume for NVAX. It's completely tailed off. You'd have to get some volume coming in. I mean, the volume is good. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's 808,000 on that candle, on that volume bar. But, look what's happened. So you'd have to get some volume to come in my opinion anyway, for this thing to move. It's a big float, 138 million in the float. So this volume is not cutting it. Also, if you're a follower of that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, you can see how it's still, that could be acting as resistance on a move up. Could be. Okay, Pepe, I'm going to live dangerously. I'm going to load serious. I'm going to get serious here. But I'm not going to go to the library like they were. LiDAR going to the moon. Okay, let's take a look at LiDAR. Yeah, it's 231 now. Yeah, so it is starting to come back. See, there's that 10 SMA, guys. So it broke above. Yeah, Sirius and Chrome. Yep. But they were saying don't go to the library. Start from the library. Do a search. So I did, and we'll see. I don't hear anything yet. I did not. Maybe well, I can try now. But right now, it's fine. I think they were saying if you go to this library or something, you don't have Sirius, I know. But if you go to the library and start it from there, as opposed to picking it from here, or do a search first or something, I don't know. But now I'm going to go back to Spotify. Turmoil in the Kuwaiti political scene has reached stage that we cannot remain silent about. We must take all necessary measures to achieve best interests of the country. I have to admit, I don't know what's going on over there. Because I should, but I don't know what's going on over there. Nice one, Denver. I see what you did there. All right, so shot. Yikes. What a miserable one this turned out to be. All the hype about it, curing drunkenness. Drink as much as you want, have a shot, you're cured. They didn't quite say that, but there was a lot of hype. Remember, there was all about Christmas. Okay, if you overdrink at Christmas, don't worry, we got you covered. And it got up to 747. A win? Okay, let's take a look at a win. Well, I can tell you right, it's got to be up here, number one. Now, are you saying that TradingView does not have this topping tail? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I can't answer that. Okay, I mean, there's no, I don't. If that's what you're saying, but if I look back 10 days, not today, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's the high of the last 10 days. 648. Now, if TradingView does not have this big topping tail, I can't answer that. Okay. Well, Can you give me your scan, Cafe LA? Can you give me your scan? I mean, what else? I mean, I have no explanation, obviously. If you're saying you got a 10-day high, I mean, I have, I've been using the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns for a long time now. Now, I admit, every time I get these, I mean, I'm looking at the daily chart, and every time I get these, they seem to be way above or way below when I just take a quick glance, at the previous 10 days. So I'm not saying it's infallible, but is that the only one, or have you got all sorts of them? If nothing working, I mean, obviously on my 10-day daily breakout. Well, let's just see. Okay, let's just see for fun. So if I look at Akamai, okay, obviously a 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously a 10-day daily breakdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. EVLV, obviously a 10-day daily breakdown. I know this is definitely a 10-day daily breakdown. SVV, definitely a 10. CRNC, definitely a 10. PDCO, definitely a 10. Frog, definitely a 10. Skin, definitely a 10. Yelp, definitely a 10. Now, on the upside, let's take a look at the upside. SG, definitely a 10. Now, BE, let's take a look. Yeah, definitely a 10. VRT, yeah, definitely a 10 at this point. Okay, 99.50. So I'm not seeing anything. Definitely a 10. I mean, I'm not seeing anything from my scan anyway. I'm not saying on your scan it's something's kind of weird, but whoa, no kidding. LIDR halted. Yes. And let's see where it could open. Oh, you're in for a good open. Looks like it anyway. $3. So there's the halt at 284. There's a potential open at $3. If it's a 5-minute halt, well, you're going to bet it, not based on this anyway. Again, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, I'm just looking at this. Will, I mean, the potential open is 3. It's halted at 284. I'm not saying it won't dump after, but right now, the potential open is 3. Could flush, absolutely. It could hit 3 and then drop, sink like a stone. Of course, it could. But this is the potential open. Doesn't have to remain, of course. 242 plus 50 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. So 2.5 minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, see how this is changing. So, I mean, this is looking good. If person is in this one, on that big jump, got in here, you're looking pretty good so far. And of course, looking left, the next high on a weekly chart is 410. So it's got room on a weekly chart. Ooh, that hurts. Well, it may not. That may be good. I mean, now let's see what happens. I mean, this is not absolutely. I mean, now it's down to 296. There's the halt at 284, which you don't want to see is like 250 if you're in this. So 42.50. So about 1 minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, we have about 20 seconds. About 20 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. If you're in this one, it's always, well, it shouldn't be. I mean, if you're in this one, hopefully nobody got it in right at 284. Okay, that just opened. No big pop yet, but here's a pop, guys. This ever get halted? This did not get halted, right? Earlier on, this is the first halt of the day. Now, I know I say that I sometimes take these on the first halt of the day if it breaks down below the halt price, which is 284. My only issue is that it's pretty late in the day. And I don't think I don't think it's going to get down to 284. And still got that room. Still got that room right over here. 409 on the weekly chart. I don't know what the next high is on the daily chart. I'd have to back this out. See if I can find one. I've got to go back to this week. I've got to go back to December, actually Christmas. What did it say? Yeah, December 25th. Right here. So here's the high right there. And guess what? Corresponds to that high right there. So the daily high and the weekly high are the same. You too, Papa John. I want to call you Papa John. Papa J. Watching this one to see how well it holds over 3. Not that well. And so now what you've got to deal with, if you're still in this one, I mean, it's the topping tails now. Buyers tried to take it up. Sellers close it here. Buyers tried to take it up. Sellers are somewhat in control right now. Now it could turn right around, takes that out of 325 and could rip. What? All right, guys, it is now 2:47. So William said he'll keep the room open until 3:30. I think I will take off now unless there are any questions. I'll stick around for another maybe 3 minutes or so, see if there are any questions. What I'm going to do for the people who are on YouTube who want to head over to the main room, I will give you the link. Keep an eye on the LiDAR, guys. I mean, if it takes this out this high right there, I mean, it could just jet still. And the volume is still pretty decent. Well, remember, Will, trade ideas is it's a tool, right? I mean, it's not going to teach you how to trade. So, you've got to have some money, like I went over. I mean, whether you follow exactly what I do in terms of money management, but you have to have some money management skills. You have to have a stop loss, obey it. Don't risk, don't risk more than you should on every trade. Risking meaning, if the trade doesn't work, how much are you prepared to lose on the trade? $5,000 account, probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade, as an example. I do believe it, Gerald. Yeah, you're lucky in the fact that it did not tank on you. Yeah, you could have come back, and it could have been at 2. All right, guys, I think that's it. Thanks a lot for all the help all week long. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock, maybe a little after 9 o'clock Monday morning. Okay. So I've put the main trading room link in YouTube now. So I'm going to put myself now. The main room will be open until 3:30. William will keep it open until 3:30. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Okay, and again, we'll see you guys around 9 a.m. Monday morning.